Good morning.
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 We are on the record in case number 2018-00348, the Electronic Joint 2018 Integrated Resource Plan of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company. My name is Talina Matthews. I am the commissioner here at the Public Service Commission, and I'll be presiding today. Joining us via video conferencing is Chairman Schmidt. Vice Chair Chandler will not be joining us because he is recused from this proceeding. At this time, I would normally tell you to turn off your phones, but due to the state of emergency, it's a bit more complicated than that. We're doing this hearing completely online today. There are only 4 of us here in the hearing room. But to cut down on noise and to make it easier for all of us, I'm going to offer some tips. Mute your microphone if you're not speaking. Attorneys, when interjecting, please state your name so the video record is clear. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for the video, make sure your computer audio is off, otherwise there will be feedback. If you're in a room with several people and they're all on their own computers, turn off the audio for all computers except one. If another participant is in a nearby office, make sure you close the door. Sound carries farther than you think, which can cause feedback, and sometimes we learn interesting things. Once you're in the GoToMeeting platform, if you can go to your settings, which is an icon that looks like a gear, make sure your microphone setting is on the microphone you're using. There's a pull-down menu in the GoToMeeting setting that will list all of the available microphones. Use wired headphones or wired earbuds for better sound quality. It's also preferred because wireless devices may lose power depending on the length of a hearing. Please alert the Commission if you're experiencing technical failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. I believe you have Mr. Wynn's phone number, or?
Some of them do. I can email it out right now.
Okay. He's going to email you his cell number in case you lose contact and need to let us know that you can no longer hear or that you have something. You can also, I think there's a chat function in the GoToMeetings that you can alert us if suddenly you can't hear. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence on the LG&E and KU's Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP. Again, this is a bit different than other hearings because we're not building a record upon which the Commission will make a decision. This is a staff report that comes to the Commission, so there may be a little more flexibility given in terms of questions and line of questioning, but if you ever have a problem with that, be sure to speak up. At this time, we're going to have entry of appearance of counsel. And given the unique challenges of conducting a video hearing, I'll also request that each party's counsel also identify their witnesses at this time for the companies.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kendrick Riggs with the law firm of Stahl, Keenan, Ogden. I'm appearing today on behalf of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company. Also appearing with me is my colleague and co-counsel, Ms. Alice Sturgeon, Managing Senior Counsel, Regulatory and Transactions, LG&E and KU Service Company. Would you like me to identify our witnesses at this time or wait for the entry of appearance of other counsel?
We're going to swear all of the witnesses in at once, so I think if you would identify your witnesses now, that would be helpful.
All right. Your Honor, appearing on the screen are 11 representatives of LG&E and KU, Mr. David Huff, Mr. Dan Arbo, Mr. Michael Seaborn, Mr. Chris Balmer, Mr. Michael Drake, Mr. Stuart Wilson, Mr. Gary Revlett, Mr. John Wolf, Mr. David Sinclair, Mr. Chris Garrett, and Mr. Robert Conroy.
Okay, thank you. For the Attorney General.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Commissioner. This is Lawrence Cook on behalf of the AG.
And you have no witnesses, is that correct?
That is correct. We have no witnesses.
Okay. For the Sierra Club?
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthew Miller on behalf of Sierra Club, and with me is my co-counsel, Joe Childers, also on video. And we have no witnesses.
Thank you. For commission staff?
Good morning, Commissioner Matthews, Quan Nguyen, and John Robinus on behalf of Commission staff.
And Quan, you're very soft-spoken, so maybe you might have to speak up a little.
Will do.
Or get closer to the microphone. Okay? I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We have filed proof of publication of the hearing. There was one newspaper for Kentucky Utilities that did not timely publish, and we requested the paper to proceed with the publication. We have filed a motion for deviation.
Yes. And is that the only outstanding motion, Mr. Nguyen?
I believe there are a couple of outstanding confidential
Okay.
motions as well.
Okay. And if at any time we delve into something that is confidential, warn us, and we'll go into confidential session if we need to. I don't expect that to happen.
The confidential motions are unopposed, Your Honor.
Okay, and now we have our public comment period. Should anyone from the public like to provide the commission with public comment, instructions to call in are located on our website, psc.ky.gov. The phone lines will remain open for several minutes at the start of this hearing and close if there are no callers or after everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Should you call in, please state your name and address for the record before making your statement, and please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. If there's more than one caller, please be respectful and allow one person to speak at a time. It should be noted that comments may always be submitted on the PSC's website at psc.ky.gov. Are the phone lines open?
They are.
Would you see if there's anyone there?
Is there anyone on the phone line? Does not appear to be on.
It does not appear there are anyone from the public who would like to make a comment. We'll leave the phone lines open for a few more minutes, and we'll go ahead and get started with swearing in the witnesses. We're going to duplicate the FAC process with all of the company's witnesses sworn in at the same time. Given the nature of the issues, I think this is more efficient, because it may be that a question will take a response from several witnesses, or we'll have a follow-up that could go to another witness. And this way we don't have to continue to defer and then have to call witnesses back. For the company's witnesses, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do. I do.
Okay. Mr. Riggs, I guess you need to, I don't know, Juan, we've introduced everyone already. Do we need to introduce them again?
I don't think so, Your Honor. To the extent that cross-examination will begin, I think what staff has is that we have questions that we would address to the company's representatives, and whoever is most knowledgeable would then provide that response.
Mr. Riggs, did you hear that?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
You may do any introductions that you want to do. If there's any testimony that needed to be changed or any concerns like that, you're welcome to go ahead and ask. And if you have any direct examination of any of your witnesses, you are welcome to go ahead and ask. Everyone is sworn in.
Thank you, Commissioner Matthews. Very briefly, I think it would be helpful if I asked the witnesses their business titles for source of reference, and then to adopt the data responses that they're sponsoring in this hearing. Mr. Huff, would you please state your full name, business address, and business title?
My name is David Huff. I am the Director of Advanced Meter Initiatives at 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. Mr. Arbo, would you please state your full name and business title?
My name is Daniel K. Arbo. I'm the treasurer, and the business address is 220 West Main Street.
Mr. Seaborn, would you please state your full name and your business title?
Michael F. Seaborn, the manager of generation planning. Address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky.
And we had a little difficulty with Mr. Seaborn's, there was a little bit of feedback with when he spoke, so. Go ahead.
Are you still giving that feedback now?
That's much better, but we can't see you.
Okay. Right? I want to adjust.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Mr. Ballmer, would you please state your full name and business title?
My name is Chris Balmer. I'm the Director of Transmission Strategy and Planning, and my business address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky.
Mr. Drake, would you state your full name and business title?
Michael P. Drake, Director of Generation Services, 220 West Main Street, Louisville.
Mr. Wilson, would you please state your full name and business title?
Stuart A. Wilson, Director of Energy Planning, Analysis, and Forecasting. My business address is 220 West Main Street as well.
Mr. Revlett, would you state your full name and business title, please?
Gary H. Revlett, Director of Environmental Affairs, my business at 220 West Main.
Mr. Wolf, would you please state your full name and business title?
Good morning. John K. Wolf, Vice President, Electric Distribution Operations, 220 West Main Street, Louisville.
Mr. Sinclair, would you please state your full name and title? Sorry, Mr. Sinclair, you're on mute.
Okay. Try this here.
Yes,
Is that better?
there you go.
Okay. My name is David S. Sinclair. I'm Vice President, Energy Supply and Analysis. My business address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Mr. Garrett, would you please state your full name and business title?
Christopher M. Garrett, Controller, 220 West Main Street.
And Mr. Conroy, would you please state your full name and business title?
Yes, I'm Robert M. Conroy, Vice President, State Regulation and Rates. Business address is 220 West Main Street.
All of the witnesses, the same question, that you were identified as sponsoring certain data responses that were filed in this case in an email that was distributed to staff council and the parties yesterday. If I were to ask you the questions and the data response of which you are sponsoring in this hearings, would your testimony be the same?
Yes.
Yes,
it would.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. These witnesses are now available for any questions.
Going first?
Sure.
Or do you want, let's let Larry go first.
Okay. Whatever's your
I
preference.
think we're going to have the Attorney General go, and then the Sierra Club, and then staff, and then Commissioner. So, Mr. Cook, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Matthews. Good morning, everybody. Have a few questions here. I'm going to start off with regards to the staff IRP report. In that report at section 2 at page 6, it states that growth in distributed generation is predicted to occur primarily through increased customer net metering, with net metering solar capacity forecasted to grow from 3 megawatts to 170 megawatts by 2033, driven primarily by declining solar prices and favorable net metering policy. Now, the IRP case we're here on today was filed prior to the enactment of Senate Bill 100 from the 2019 General Assembly. Isn't that correct?
This is Robert Conroy. That is correct.
Thank you, sir. And given the enactment of that bill, do the companies believe the forecasted growth of up to 107 megawatts of solar net metering should be revisited in the next IRP?
This is Stuart Wilson responding. We will definitely revisit the solar forecast in the next IRP. Really depends on what the rate limit is determined to be. That bill, as you know, put the process of making the rate in the under the responsibility of the commission, and so far there's been no change to the net metering tariff.
Okay, thank you. My next question has to deal with, still on the staff report at section 3, demand side management and energy efficiency at page 23. Now, here the staff made several recommendations, among other things, that the companies examine the feasibility of peak time rebate programs and time of use rates. So if the companies do make one or more of these programs available, would it be only to AMS users?
This is Robert Conroy speaking. We currently have a residential time of day rate that's available for customers, whether they're on the AMS program or not. We're always considering other rate design options, both specifically for the AMI pilot program, as well as in the event that we have full deployment of AMI.
Okay, thank you. Would the companies, either on their own or perhaps through an independent party, be able to sell demand response from the load control program into either PJM or MISO, regardless of whether the companies are members of those RTOs?
Mr. Conroy, can you answer that?
I don't think I can. David or Stuart, would you?
First of all, this is David Sinclair. I'm subject to check. I'm not sure that demand response from outside an RTO is allowed to participate in RTO markets, but I'd have to check on that.
Okay, then could I think I will ask in a post-hearing data request just to follow up on that. If that's okay, Mr. Riggs?
Yes, Mr. Cook, that's fine.
Thank you. My next question then, again, still here in the staff report. Well, actually, let me turn to the company's comments to the staff report, and these comments were filed on July 30. And at pages 5 through 6 of those comments, the companies refer to their forecasted annual reserve margin and their planning or target reserve margin. And I just wanted to ask somebody if you could discuss the difference between those two values.
All right, can you repeat the question? Planning reserve margin, and what was the other thing? I'm getting the page now.
Sure, okay. Yeah, it's their forecasted annual reserve margin and the planning reserve margin.
Mr. Cook, is there a specific page in the comments that you're referring to?
Yeah, it's at pages 5 through 6, and I believe, yeah, it kind of carries over from the bottom of page 5 over to the top of 6.
So you're talking about the last bullet point on page 5 of our comments.
That's correct. Yes. I see it. So the planning reserve margin is our forecasted reserve margin for a particular year, and in this case, the number is 24%. The I'm sorry, I said that backwards. The forecasted reserve margin is the reserve margin, is the forecasted reserve margin based on level of resources for a particular year, and in this case, it's 24%. Our planning reserve margin is kind of our target. When we refer to that, that's our target reserve margin range. That's kind of how we think about capacity needs for the system, and that range is 17 to 25%. So generally speaking, we keep our forecasted reserve margin in our planning reserve margin range.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. At the top of page 6, in the company's comments again, there's a sentence there that states the comparison of forecasted reserve margin to RTO's planning reserve margins is not an appropriate comparison. I'm wondering if you can explain that sentence and just elaborate.
Well, I mean, we said that because two different things. The forecasted reserve margin is what, as I just said, what we forecast reserve margin to be for a particular year. And planning reserve margin is the range that you would like our reserve margin to be in. The planning reserve margins for MISO, PJM, and TVA are listed there at the top of page 16. They're 17%, 16%, and 15% respectively. But their forecasted reserve margins, I believe, are much higher. So if you're comparing our forecasted reserve margin to other forecast reserve margin in RTOs, you need to do a kind of forecast-to-forecast comparison is the point of that statement. Likewise, if you're comparing planning reserve margins, you need to compare planning reserve margins to planning reserve margins is the point of that statement. They're really two different concepts.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to refer back then to the staff report again. At section 4, this is supply side and demand side resource assessment. And I'm wondering if someone could explain the reasons why the companies are experiencing an increase in residential customers moving from gas to electric space heating and water heating.
I can speculate on that. I believe there's a couple of reasons that I can speculate.
Mr. Wilson, let me ask, is there anyone else on the panel that has a better source of knowledge than that?
Mr. Cook, is there a specific reference in the report that you're referring to?
I think in the IRP staff report at page 7, I believe it mentions it there. And then also the company's actual report that was filed at the start of this process in sections 6-7 through 6-9. That's where the original reference came.
I'll go to those pages. That's actually what my speculation would be based on that section.
All right, Mr. Cook, if you'll give us a minute to get to those pages.
Sure, absolutely. No problem.
So are you talking about the section 6, page 8, with the heading Increasing Electric Heating Penetration? Is that what you're referencing in the IRP Volume 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess I would just make sure Stuart, you're looking that data up, that we're precise here, because I think Mr. Cook used the word moving from. I don't think we're seeing customers taking gas water heaters and installing electric, or having gas furnaces installing electric. What we're talking about is the overall penetration, which is really driven by the mix of new customers versus existing. So Stuart, I'll let you talk about the data, but I just want to make sure we're focused on Again, make sure you weren't misunderstanding when you used that word move.
Okay, I think that's a very good point. Apparently, someone could be an existing customer, perhaps with gas, and then when they move to a new residence, perhaps a new residence has electric facilities.
Right, again, Stuart, we'll get to that section, but we are seeing from a new customer perspective, a greater share of all electric customers versus the existing mix that is more weighted toward gas and electric. But Stuart, I'll let you talk about those sections.
Right, if you look at the top of page 6.9 or 6-9 in the IRP Volume 1, there's a table there that summarizes 2017 billed usage for several groups of customers. The left side pertains to KU, the right side pertains to LG. So all of the usage data is 2017. So the first row is the biggest category of customers, and that's all customers who kind of join the system prior to or including 2010. You see there's 394,000 customers there, 394,837 customers for KU, 334,978 customers for LG&E. And again, all the usage is 2017 data. And if you look, the electric heating penetration, this is something that we estimated based on their usage pattern. 53% of those customers have electric heat. It's on our estimation process. In the KU service territory, and the LG&E service territory, that percentage is 22%. Of course, we have a greater prevalence of natural gas heating in the LG&E service territory. So if you look at only the customers that joined in 2011, the second row, you see 4,000, I'm focusing on KU, you see 4,028 customers joined in 2011. Their usage in 2017 was 13,418 kilowatt hours in that year. But you can see a significant difference in the penetration of electric heating for that small group of customers, 4,000 customers. And 71% of those customers were electric heating. And you can see that trend continue as you look at the customers that joined in 2012, 2013, 2016. In fact, interestingly, if you look at the customers that joined in 2016, while 68% of those customers had electric heating, which would otherwise imply greater per year, their use per year was actually in 2017 was 11,266 kilowatt hours versus the kind of largest bulk of our customers, 13,195 kilowatt hours. And the same story is true, or the same trend exists in the LG&E service territory.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that. Let's see. And so I take it that the next IRP will continue to analyze the growing penetration there for purposes of trending, if nothing else?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And then going back to the staff report, at pages 29 through 30, here the staff points out that the companies set a target reserve margin of 16 to 21%. But in the current IRP, the reserve margin was increased to a range of 17% to 25%. And then at page 30, the staff notes that according to the companies, the reason for that increase in the target margin reserve was due to increased variability in winter peak demand. And in turn, the reason for that increased variability of winter peak demand was due to increased penetration of winter heating load. So we get back to that. Is it correct to conclude that the total cost of that increased winter heating load are not limited solely to the incremental additional megawatt hours, but also includes the additional reserve margin.
I would say our target reserve margin range is high. The upper end of that range is higher in the 2018 IRP compared to the 2014 IRP, because when we completed the reserve margin analysis for the 2018 IRP, we updated all of our data based on the best information available to us, and in that process, we considered the peak demand experienced in 2014 and 2015. So, as the report states, the upper end of our range is higher because we just simply reflected better data in our more updated analysis. I don't know that the different reserve margin range has an impact on cost. Our generation portfolio, we haven't changed our generation portfolio as a result of that updated range.
And thank you for that. And that's where I was going to go with my next question. Is there a way to quantify the cost for that increase in the reserve margin based on the company's current generation portfolio?
Well, and that's there is no increased cost as a result of a higher planning reserve margin range. Our reserve margin analysis, in addition to defining the 17 to 25% range, also demonstrated that our existing generation portfolio is optimal for meeting customers' needs. So the range did not, the updated range did not cause us to, or does not cause us to want to add generation. It also doesn't cause us to want to decrease generation. So there really is no impact to costs associated with the updated range.
Okay, I was trying to get my arms around this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my impression was that once, if there's an increase in your reserve margin, that basically that much more power has to be set aside for a scenario where reserve has to kick in. So if a situation develops like in the normal day of generation and usage, if usage is getting, say at a peak time, is approaching that level of where reserve would have to kick in, would the normal practice be first go to some sort of off-system purchase or kick in the reserve first? How does that work?
Well, let me take a shot at this. First of all, there is no, I think the distinction you're trying to draw is that somehow we've labeled power plants usable and reserves or something like that. I'm not sure what you call the non-reserve power plants, but really it's a continuum. And so every moment we're trying to economically dispatch the entirety of the fleet. And so what we have is, I'm sure you're well aware, is there are certain assets that have a very high cost of variable operation. So those would be the last resources that would be committed in any situation. And so really, the importance, I think, of this discussion around winter versus summer is that historically the industry has had large quantities of resources that were dispatchable. And so from a simplistic perspective, if you could meet the maximum hour, you can pretty much meet any other hour, absent, planned outages, et cetera. As we move more toward a world where resources are intermittent, and you see some resources in our current resource mix that are not available around the clock. For example, the demand conservation program, the curtailable service rider, et cetera, those resources are not available 8,760 hours a year. And other certain resources, even though they're small, like brown solar, we know does not work at time of winter peak, which is usually in the darkness of morning or the darkness of evening. So the importance as we transition the industry and the fleet to resources that are not always available simply by putting more fuel in them is that, we have to look at the resources are available throughout the year at every single hour. And so when we're talking about, when load gets high, the key is, do we have the resources that can operate in that time period? So in the wintertime, for example, demand conservation program doesn't work. Turning off people's compressors on their heat pumps would only cause their resistance heat to kick in, which would cause peaks to be even higher. But what I'm trying to get at is it's a dispatch process. We don't label resources reserved versus not reserved. And so hopefully that clarifies what you're trying to get at. So we would always look to buy power if it's cheaper than our generating resources, whether it's right now on a day like today, or whether it's, very cold outside or very hot outside. So that's a constant energy optimization effort that we always make every hour.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. Kind of switching gears a little bit here. Do the companies foresee that perhaps that as time goes forward, that the increased penetration of electric vehicles may also require an increase in the reserve margin?
I'll go ahead and address that one, I guess, as well. And that comes back to electric vehicles depends on when they charge, and also depends on the nature of the fleet that you have. So right now we have a lot of data throughout the world that indicate people naturally want to charge their vehicle home, which they naturally want to plug it in when they come home from work. When people used to work in an office, now when they're working at home, maybe it's a different story. But when you work in an office environment, a lot of data would indicate people want to plug it in when they come home, which from a summer peaking perspective, that's exactly the wrong time to have it plugged in. So then that's where you mentioned time of day rates. Time of day rates become much more important there. But likewise, we have to be mindful of that as well, because if you have huge quantities of electric vehicles, if everybody sets their timer or their charger to come on at midnight, then all of a sudden we have hundreds of thousands of battery chargers coming on instantaneously, which creates what I like to call a virtual arc furnace problem. So you have to be mindful of that. You also have to be mindful of your generation portfolio. You see out in California where they're pushing hard on solar, that are encouraging employers to install battery chargers to encourage people to charge at work when the sun is out, rather than coming home and trying to charge at night. So I think the impact of electric vehicles and the impact on generation fleet will depend on how we motivate people to charge and when we encourage them to charge.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that explanation. And I guess same question with regards to electric water heating. Is there any potential for that penetration to increase to the same kind of concern that we might have to increase the reserve margin around that?
Well, again, reserve is about, ability to meet peak hour. And so, the difference there with water heating, that's going to be largely driven by people's behaviors about using hot water. So the real risk there is around, I would argue, winter morning peak, where people are getting up and taking showers, getting ready for work, etc., which is typically when winter peak occurs. So again, we have to be mindful of that. Typically, people are not taking showers we are experiencing at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the summertime, which is typically 4 to 5 o'clock when summer peak occurs. So that's less of a summer issue, more of a winter morning peak issue.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. My next question, again, we're staying in section 4 at page 41 of the staff report. And at the next to the last bullet point, staff recommended that the company's next IRP should provide updated, comprehensive, and detailed cost-benefit studies comparing the full costs of joining MISO or PJM and all potential benefits, such as increased revenues, lower reserve margin requirements, and improved reliability versus operating under its existing operating construct. So my question is, will the companies also be making similar modeling analyses regarding the potential for joining in with the Southeast Energy Exchange market, with the obvious understanding that this new market is apparently going to be energy only and not capacity.
Robert, you want me to take that one too?
Yeah, I would also, on that point, Mr. Cook, I'd also note that, we continuously look at joining RTO markets, and we have an obligation from the last rate case to file that analysis annually. And we do that, and we did so earlier this year. Given that this criteria in their recommendation in this report to file the next IRP, which will be next October, we will likely seek a relief from the rate case and then subsequently file it within this. With respect to Southeast Energy Exchange market, it's a little bit different. I'll let David kind of address some of that as well.
Okay. As it relates to SEAM, basically it's an energy optimization market. Right now, the hourly markets, I'll say hourly markets, are just that. They're exchanged every hour and in a non-RTO world. And so the point behind SEAM is to look at, by setting up a central kind of bulletin board type of system with some adjustments to potential transmission costs between different entities, that if you're only transacting for 15 minutes instead of for a whole hour, that people will be better able to optimize their energy costs. So it's not about joint dispatch. It's not about centralized resource procurement. It's simply about using a 15-minute time frame to try to optimize energy with a reduced transmission cost, rather than trying to optimize energy on an hour-ahead basis with a higher transmission cost.
Thank you. Continuing in that same section of the IRP report, section 4, moving to, there's a subheading that's called Environmental Regulation and Compliance Planning. At page 33, the report states, however, due to the 3 coal units not being retrofitted with SCR, with future changes to NACS, one or more of the following actions will be required in the next 3 to 7 years. Investment to control emissions of nitrogen oxides, changes in plant operation during ozone season, unit retirements, or acquisition of new generation. So first question I have about that is, when the language refers to the 3 coal units, is it your understanding that this refers to the Mill Creek, Gent, and Trimble stations?
Mr. Cook, do you have a page number? I apologize if you said it and I missed it.
It's at page 33.
Of the staff report?
Yes, that's correct.
So you're referring to the statement that and all but 3 coal units will be equipped with SCRs?
Yes. Yeah.
So there are currently 3 coal units that do not have SCRs. That would be Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2.
Okay.
I believe Gent 2.
Correct.
The head's shaking, so I guess I'm right.
Thank you very much. Okay. Has LG&E entered into an agreement with Louisville Metropolitan Government to shut down one of the Mill Creek units during the ozone season?
Gary, you want to address that?
Yes, that is correct. We signed an agreement just for the 2020 period, only 2020, to shut down one cell to limit our emissions to 15 tons a day during the ozone season for 2020, which required shutting down one unit.
Okay. And the ozone season, does that usually coincide with times of peak generation needs? Summertime, is that essentially it?
It would include the summer peak period.
Okay. So are we talking about like 6 months out of the year here, or what?
It's actually 7 months. It's from beginning of April to the end of October.
Okay. Does that agreement also include the potential contingency of shutting down a second unit at Mill Creek for the same purposes?
No, it does not. It doesn't have to think about shutting down a specific unit. It just talks about limiting 15 tons a day of NOx.
Okay, very good. All right.
And Mr. Cook, I just clarify that was for 2020 only? The agreement
correct.
was for a limitation of 15 tons during this summer period to assess the non-attainment issue in Jefferson County.
Thank you. And so is there any potential then that this agreement could continue into future years?
At this time, we've had no discussion specifically with the Air Pollution Control District in Jefferson County, but, I expect that they will probably have further discussion based on what the current proposed for here this summer.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, then it's possible to operate all 4 units as long as you're sticking below, is it 15 tons a day? Did I understand that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So if the company should have to shut down that 1 unit in order to keep from going over that 15 ton a day limit, how would, and if the companies need additional power, what is the process that would go through? I mean, obviously you look down your stack of what's the next best cost apparently. But I guess I'm wondering is there any way to quantify what those costs could be, or is that just unknown at this time?
You're talking about on an actual basis after the fact, or what risks were before this summer started?
Well, maybe both. I guess after the fact, I obviously with experience you'll know. But I'm wondering, are there any forecasts perhaps at this point? Because I guess technically we're not quite over with summer.
Mr. Cook, what I would say is, I mean, we're always operating our system with potential constraints across many units. There could be transmission constraints. So you can't just look at it, well, if you shut this unit down, what's it going to cost you incrementally for that? So we're always economically dispatching our entire system and managing constraints from an emission standpoint, from a transmission standpoint, from a boiler operation standpoint, and so forth. So it's really very difficult to isolate one individual item and quantify the changes associated with that after the fact.
Okay. And then, so I think we mentioned earlier that the next IRP filing will be in October of next year. And so by that time, you'll go through another summer. And at that time also, you'll know whether it's necessary to renew this agreement or perhaps modify it. I'm just wondering then if there's, in the filing of the next IRP, in the event that this is a continuing scenario, then could you provide the experience-based cost that was incurred, if that's even possible?
I'm not really sure what you're asking there. I mean, obviously, we'll know if there are any NAAQS issues in Jefferson County, likely sometime next year, to see whether we've got ozone issues. We'll obviously plan the system accordingly if there are environmental constraints placed on Jefferson County and the ability to operate Mill Creek, since that is a single point source within Jefferson County. So all that will be factored into the development of the next IRP.
If there were, well, maybe I need to approach it from a different angle then. If there were any additional costs to ratepayers as a result of entering into this agreement, how would that be reflected? Is it an FAC issue, or in some other way? Would it be in some part of base rates, or what?
I'll let Gary address some of the emissions issues associated with entering into this. I think the alternative was for Jefferson County to be non-attainment, and that would put even further constraints on our ability to operate units. So it's not a matter of increasing the cost, voluntarily increasing cost. It is meeting environmental regulations that may potentially happen if we did not limit emissions this summer. And Gary, I'll let you expand upon a little bit of that if needed.
Sure. The main reason why we made this agreement with the Air Pollution Control District in Jefferson County was Jefferson County area is currently in what they call a marginal non-attainment area, which basically requires you to demonstrate compliance within a 3-year period. We went into marginal non-attainment during 2017. Basically, Jefferson County Air Pollution Control District had to show that we're in on 2018-19 ozone data, those 3-year. So if we were able to have the ozone concentration down below 67.7 ppb this summer, we would have actually been declared county as in attainment for the ozone standard. There was some speculation of the cabinet in Frankfurt and the see that we would be able to do that if we our emissions at Creek, but as it had turned out, it had impact on the ozone concentration this summer. So consequently, since we're not going to be able to demonstrate that we met the ozone standard this summer, and that therefore we won't be able to demonstrate that we're still in marginal non-attainment, we'll move this county from marginal non-attainment to what they refer to as moderate non-attainment. At that point in time, you're in moderate non-attainment for ozone. All the major sources of NOx and VOC have to have control equal to reasonable available control technology. So it's very likely that if this, in fact, declared county as moderate non-attainment, it's very likely we will have to put control, not control it, a control requirement to put additional controls on it, Mill Creek.
Okay, so you were breaking up for part of that, but if I understood correctly, it sounded like you were saying that there is a risk that if the companies did not meet the non-attainment guides there, that there is a potential to have to install additional remediation equipment at Mill Creek, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So actually, and then I think in that section of the IRP report, it says that the companies, I guess it's like a 3 to 7 year time period where one or more of those additional measures have to be pursued that I mentioned, that I read from the report there. And that is, I'll just go over it again. Investment to control emissions of nitrogen oxides, like we just talked about. Changes in plant operation during ozone season, which we were talking about. Unit retirements or acquisition of new generation. So that 3 to 7 year time frame, that's going to be, that's a time period apparently that that carry significant risk for the companies and the ratepayers. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
Sorry, Mr. Cook, a significant risk for what?
I guess I would say financial risk for some either additional remediation equipment or potentially unit retirements.
David, you want to address that one?
Well, sure. And we are now a few years into that. So I think what you see being discussed right now is, as Gary just laid out, given that it seems unlikely that the county, it's not really the company, it's just the county, because to my understanding, we've met the 15-ton-a-day limit every day. So we've done our part of the agreement, but unfortunately, the county, it sounds like from what Gary said, is unlikely to come off of that non-attain, or that, what was the terminology, Gary, marginal non-attainment? And move to the moderate. Yeah, and move to the moderate non-attainment, which means, we are evaluating a higher probability of having to shut down a Mill Creek unit. And that's why in the current ELG case, we've assumed that Mill Creek 1 does not get ELG controls because it will be retired by the end of 2024 because it would not make sense to install both ELG as well as NOx controls on that unit, given its likely limited remaining economic life.
Okay, thank you. That helps me to understand it better also. So,
and I guess the last part of your question was risk, and what we've been able to look at to date is that much like round 1 and 2, we were able to retire them without replacing them. It would appear at this point in time, absent a large increase in load, that we'd be able to retire Mill Creek 1 without replacing it as well. So the risk to customers or financial impact is be very small in that regard. There's no replacement capacity.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. In the next IRP report, is it possible for the companies to model for future industrial and commercial class customers who elect to pursue service through a green energy tariff option 3?
Well, I'll take a shot at that, Robert. Mind. I think the challenge there is we would have to try to predict the economic motivations and environmental motivations of every major customer. And then, figure out what, size of their energy they might want to pursue through option 3. And just so everybody understands, option 3 just allows a customer that's greater than 10 kVA or 10 MVA rather to have us procure renewable resources on their behalf. So we can certainly put in an arbitrary number. We can look at the size of customers and look at some potential number of megawatts that might be procured. But that doesn't really change our resource planning, most likely. It would just change the energy mix that would be available to our non-customers. But we'd be happy to do some sensitivities around incremental renewable generation on the system.
I think that's where I was going, is that I think obviously at this point it's kind of hard to guess what the future would hold in that regards to what future customers and perhaps any expansions at existing plants could hold with regards to the usage of option 3 there. But if there is any indication, I guess, that it's, going to increase to a significant level. I'm kind of thinking that it might be beneficial to the commission to have that modeled at the IRP level.
Yeah, we can certainly look at a way to try to guesstimate or do some range of what that might look like.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question here. At the time the IRP was prepared, obviously no one could have foreseen the COVID-19 pandemic. But I'm just wondering, have any of the panel witnesses seen any kind of reports from trade groups like EEI or perhaps EPRI about the impact the pandemic is having or could have on IRP planning processes?
Well, it's certainly, I would take a shot this way. We certainly know the real-time implication that it had on our load, and it's had that implication on load across the country and frankly across the world. So in the load forecast that we are worked on this summer, one of the key questions we have to ask is what's the recovery from that look like? And as you might guess, there are a lot of different views on the nature of the recovery. We have all different kinds of economists have all kinds of letters for that, right? B's and W's and K's and everything else. But, so we are doing the best we can to try to figure out the nature of that. We've had a lot of conversations with our major accounts to help understand what it means for them and how they are thinking about recovery. That's the first step in the process, is understand the nature of the recovery. And then the second question would be, which is much, much harder, is what are the lingering long-term implications of all this? What does it mean for society? How does it mean for how people work? Those things are, like right now, just being developed and are really not well understood. But there's no doubt, to your point, that a lot of people are looking at this, and we're certainly reading all kinds of reports and predictions and trying to figure out how it will impact both not just our sales forecasts, but even how it's going to affect our own employees and operations of our own business.
Okay. Yeah, certainly by this, about this time next year, hopefully this will all be over, but if maybe it's not, and if we're having to, endure this change in lifestyles that the pandemic is imposing, then maybe we'll have some more experience-based data to look at. So.
And certainly, as I'm sure you've seen, people like industries like airlines are certainly predicting a multi-year before they would be getting back to normal, which affects tourism and other things. So even though the bulk of the things may be better by this time next year, I think there's an expectation by certain industries, particularly travel, that this goes well beyond next year.
Okay. Commissioner, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Miller or Mr. Childers?
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. I can take this, Joe. I want to thank off the bat staff for this thorough report and the companies for their analysis. I don't have too many questions. Larry covered several that I wanted to explore. Just as a general matter, I'll say that Sierra Club agrees with staff's report's recommendations, in particular those at pages 41 through 43 of the report, including regarding the capacity reserve margin. Just want to go through, can we start by going through the company's response to the staff report, just to clarify a couple of things. On 3 to 4 of the company's response to the staff report, bottom page 3, towards the bottom, it says on page 42, the report requests that the companies incorporate SREA's modeling recommendations regarding capacity-only planning, allowing renewable energy to compete directly against existing generation units, and energy storage resources into the modeling and forecast methodology. goes on to say that the companies accept this recommendation and have already utilized this approach in evaluating renewable resources. So I just want to clarify, does this mean that the companies have adopted subsequent to these comments that SREA made, the exact same methodology as recommended, or just generally that they are now considering renewables and storage to compete against existing generation?
I'll go ahead and take a shot at that. I think, without parsing words too much, our understanding of what the SREA was recommending is that the IRP also include an effort to optimize energy costs and not just look at reliability planning. And so the statement was basically saying that historically we've not looked at optimizing energy costs within the IRP process, but that, I don't know if ironically is the right word, but earlier this year, which I'm sure the Sierra Club is aware, we filed a case with the commission that was both for 100 megawatt purchase power solar transaction that was a result of an RFP that we issued for renewable resources to look to actually optimize energy costs. It had nothing to do with reliability or capacity planning. It was all about trying to find cheaper energy for customers. So what we're saying is that we're all in favor of trying to find cheaper energy for customers. We're trying to do that every hour of the day. And so we, like I said, we're happy to put that concept into the IRP process to help give the commission a indication of where the energy optimization process might go in the future, much like we just filed at the beginning of this year on the 100 megawatt solar contract.
Okay, great. Thanks for the explanation. So just to be crystal clear, that was not presented in this 2018 IRP, but has been undertaken in this other docket with solar and will be presented in the 2021 IRP for the Commission's consideration. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go ultimately to a response that the companies had to Sierra Club's comments on the IRP, but I think to start with context, just to start with the IRP and what it states. The 2018 IRP states volume 1 at 5-40. And I can just read it. It says, the economics of meeting load exclusively with renewable assets, parentheses, wind and solar, and Brent, coupled with SCCTs and batteries for peaking needs is not cost effective. In the absence of significantly lower than forecasted costs of renewables and battery storage, or significantly higher natural gas or CO2 prices, NGCC capacity is forecasted to be the primary source of replacement capacity as coal resources are retired. And so, following on that, Sierra Club asked in discovery the companies to identify or estimate specific numbers or provide them behind the terms significantly lower and significantly higher as used in the IRP. Companies responded, and this was in, Mr. Wilson provided a response, sponsored response to Sierra Club's initial request for information 10A. And it said that companies have not performed a break-even analysis on the cost of renewables and battery storage, or the prices of natural gas and CO2 emissions at which renewables and battery storage become cost-effective as the primary source of replacement capacity. So in response to that discovery response, Sierra Club wrote in comments that suggested that the company should at least be able to offer some approximate tangible figures supported by analysis if they're going to use characterizations such as significantly lower and significantly higher, which we think suggests a quantification. And then finally getting to my question, companies responded in their response to Sierra Club's comments, page 8, subsection 3, need for further study and support regarding replacement by renewables. It said Sierra Club argues the company should complete a break-even analysis regarding the price of natural gas or CO2 emissions to further evaluate whether natural gas combined cycle capacity will be the primary source of replacement capacity as coal resources are retired. And then it says the companies are amenable to completing such an analysis in future IRPs. Long-windedly, I just want to confirm whether the companies will in fact, sounds like it, but will in fact include such an analysis in the 2021 IRP.
Stuart, you want to take that question?
Sure, I'll just say yes, we will do that.
Great, appreciate that. Thank you. Bit of a follow-up to an exchange between Mr. Cook and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Sinclair about the capacity reserve margin. And, you know, in the vein about whether shifting the capacity reserve margin target range causes the company to add or subtract capacity and generation and corresponding costs. I just want to confirm in that calculus, do the companies count utility scale battery storage as an option that would serve capacity needs towards that reserve margin, at least theoretically? And will the companies be assessing that alternative and, you know, along with their relative cost effectiveness, battery storage, as an alternative to existing or possible new baseload fossil generation for capacity purposes?
I would say we look at all. Go ahead, Stuart.
Let's say mechanically, in our reserve margin analysis, we did not evaluate the addition of battery storage specifically as a source of peaking capacity. That analysis was focused on 2021, and today, simple cycle combustion turbines is a less expensive source of peaking capacity, so we evaluated peaking capacity for that reason. In our long-term analysis, we did consider battery storage, but battery storage was considered as a source of peaking capacity, not as a source of baseload energy or incapacity.
I see. So is that methodology the plan for the 2021 IRP as well, to consider it for peaking but not baseload?
I would say this, you know, as you may be aware, we actually have a 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt hour lithium ion battery as a research project. And so we follow very closely development in battery technology. So we can certainly do arithmetic around a battery operating in base load, but the reality is that current technology, you're looking at a discharge of about 4 hours at best. And so to serve nighttime energy all night long, if nighttime is more than 4 hours, which typically it is here, then we're going to need multiple batteries to serve that same all night long, which means you have to charge them during the day. So once you look at the challenges of serving load over long periods of time at night, currently based on battery technology and costs, as well as their lifetime, right now existing lithium-ion batteries have an asset life of about 3,000 deep cycle cycles, and that translates into about, you know, less than 10 years. And so when you look at the current state of technology, it's hard to see how it's going to be very effective at competing with other technologies in terms of serving load around the clock. But we can certainly run arithmetic, and we've done some of that nature in different contexts, but it's not something that right now is there in terms of technology costs. We set up our own battery testing that we do at our own site.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that the company is in fact considering it and that they can present it for, the stakeholders and the commission's consideration and react to it as technologies, I think it's fair to say, exponentially improve, whether or not they're there yet, or a year from now, or a couple years from now. Just want to be sure that analysis is being done and provided for reaction.
Sure, like I said, that's one reason why we have the battery project that we have, and conjunction with EPRI, to make sure we are understanding the nature of technology changes through time.
Thank you. I think we're going to be able to wrap up our questions now in light of Larry's examination and what I imagine the staff will have following us. Like I said, we concurred largely with the recommendations. I will just acknowledge for the commission that, again, as we raised in the pre-hearing conference, informal conference, that the companies in Sierra Club agreed not to ask questions of witnesses here about the issue that Sierra Club had raised in comments regarding the Ohio Valley Electric Corporation, or OVEC, which is an issue that Sierra Club had raised in the last pair of rate cases, and which the commission had directed be raised in IRP proceeding instead. The staff report did not provide a recommendation on that, although it did note Sierra Club's contentions and the company's responses. Sierra Club feels that the facts and arguments are already well set out in prior testimony and in the comments and response here, and so would simply, respectfully direct the commission's attention to its comments on the IRP and its comments on the staff report. And so with that, I'm happy to turn over the reins, and I appreciate the company's responding here.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Let me know if you're able to hear me or not, and if you're not, I'll speak up a little bit more. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Mr. Nguyen. Okay. Loud and clear.
Great. Understand that the IRP is, an ongoing process, and that it's a snapshot in time, and that this particular IRP that's under review has been conducted a few years ago. So with that in mind, my questions are going to be more of sort of taking a look at the future, so to speak, based upon the current IRP, and what commission and commission staff can expect in the next IRP filing. So with that, my first question is, can anyone provide any update on any significant changes that have occurred from the demand side of the equation?
Are you referring to the load forecast and forecast of demand and energy, or are you looking for demand side management programs and energy efficiency?
More so for now. Well, I guess for both, if you can address both.
Okay, Stuart, you want to take the load forecast discussion?
Sure. Well, and I'll just piggyback on what David said earlier. Obviously, COVID has had a significant impact on our load forecast in the near term. We continue to see industrial and large commercial customers achieve energy efficiency improvements, and our forecasts continue to reflect that. Our IRP forecast did as well. Long term, though, our forecast is not significantly different today than what it looked like in the 2018 IRP. Certainly, the range of energy requirements forecast that we presented in the 2018 IRP captures our current base case, meaning our current forecast that we just developed, which reflects COVID, is in that range of forecast presented in the IRP.
Okay.
On the, I might just add, for the demand side management side of this, as you may recall, we have a non-residential rebate program. So as industrial or commercial companies install energy efficiency measures, they can either apply for a rebate from a prescriptive nature or from an engineering basis, a custom basis. Then we will evaluate the impact of that efficiency measure. We have seen much greater adoption by customers in those programs, to the extent that we had proposed and approved by the commission in that 2017 00441 case, almost 19 million over the 7 years of the program. And currently our spend through August is about 7.3 million, or 38% of that approved overall spend, and with only about 28% or a little less of that time of the 7 years. So we continue to watch that closely to see if the trend will continue over, the years. And to Mr. Sinclair's comments earlier about the different thoughts on recovery and timing of recovery and what happens, we'll just be watching that closely so that we can continue to serve the needs of our industrial and commercial customers through that rebate program.
Okay. And from the supply side, could you provide any updates on any significant changes that have occurred on the supply side of the analysis?
I think the biggest likely change is the discussion we had previously around the ozone and the implications on particularly Mill Creek 1. Those same issues potentially apply to Mill Creek 2 as well, as the other unit that does not have an SCR. So as Mr. Revel indicated, depending on the nature or the degree of the, requirements that come out of that ozone situation, it could affect the future of Mill Creek 2 as well. We acknowledge that issue in the IRP, a lot that we're discussing today, but as we know, the time has passed, and so things are becoming a bit more into focus. So while no decision has been made clearly on Mill Creek 2 and other things, but I just think the nature of the analysis that we're doing currently is reflecting that additional information.
Okay.
And I would also add one more thing too, is I think we have, correct me if I'm wrong, Stuart, but this is one of the secondary CTs, Cane Run 11, is retired, which was not explicitly called for in the 2018 IRP. We did acknowledge that all of the secondary CTs are, just one major failure away from retirement, given their age and the likely cost of repairing them. So.
Okay, and just refresher on for me, the net summer rating for Mill Creek 1. Do you all know? Anyone know what the capacity for Mill Creek 1 is?
Approximately 300 megawatts.
300?
Right. Yeah, 300.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless it was plus or minus, it's 300.
And then for Mill Creek 2?
Yeah, table 8-2 in volume 1 of the IRP has it listed as 300.
Okay. And then for Mill Creek 2, what's the net summer rating for that unit?
It has, that same table has it listed at 297.
Okay.
Mr. Nguyen,
Yes.
how many questions do you have?
I've got a handful.
Okay, I believe our court reporter would like a break.
Okay.
And we've got about an hour and a half in. I think we should go off the record and take about a 10-minute break, if that's sufficient. So we will be back at 20 of 11. So we're off the record now.
You are on, Commissioner.
And we are back on the record in case number 2018.
Matt, are you on the West Coast?
Huh?
You on the West Coast?
I am not. Oh,
Kendrick, is that to me?
oh.
Yeah.
You know, I'm actually in Denver these days.
Okay.
Yep.
So are you seeing the smoke from Denver?
We were up to about last week. There was even a bit of ash falling around here. You know, it's subsided more in Colorado. I mean, the West Coast is just a nightmare, as everybody's seen.
Yeah.
Blade Runner type mornings and but and it's not even.
Did the snow from last week help reduce the fires?
I think it did. I got a dusting myself. It went from 95 to 35 in about 8 hours.
Wow.
Okay,
And then back up to 85 now.
we on the record?
Yes, sir, we are. Yes, ma'am, we are. I'm sorry.
You can call me sir. It's
Yes,
fine.
sir.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen, I believe you're in the middle of your questions.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So I believe my last questions ended with the net summer rating capacities of both in Mill Creek 1 and 2. So does the company's next IRP, would that have any discussions with respect to Mill Creek 1, the potential retirement, and also discussing the fate of Mill Creek Unit 2 as well?
I would anticipate that to be the case because we were always trying to reflect the best information. And so as Mr. Rebel indicated, things are going to continue to evolve here in the coming months around the ozone issue. So we will continue to update our plans for that information.
Okay, thank you. Very, very broad questions here. Going forward, where does LG&E and KU see its biggest challenges with respect to, and I'll break it down into 3 categories, generation, transmission, and distribution?
I guess I'll take the generation and I'll let Mr. Balmer and Mr. Wolf take the other 2 pieces. Yeah, I think as we've laid out, even in this in the current IRP, we indicated that the exception really of Holly Trimble 1 and 2, that the existing coal fleet in the coming decade or more will be likely reaching the end of its economic life. And so that transitioning the system to whatever those technologies are, as we indicated in this analysis to date, they're likely to be, based on what we know today, likely to be heavily weighted toward combined cycle gas with some renewables in there. But that's all subject to change as markets and technologies change. So I think that transition will be important. We were looking at how do we transition in a way that takes advantage where we can of existing, for example, transmission assets. But in order to do that, we have to have space at the existing sites to do that. We think that would be in the best interest of customers, not to have to replicate and rebuild transmission assets. But again, I'll let Mr. Palmer talk about that. So I think that's really the challenge from a planning perspective as we move through the coming decade is managing that transition in a way that meets reliability standards. What we don't want to do is find ourselves in a California situation where we don't manage that transition well and we have to have rolling blackouts. So it's our strong preference not to find ourselves in that situation. So that what I would say is our guiding challenges and philosophy about how we want to approach the coming transition.
Okay, thank you. With respect to transmission or distribution systems?
Yes, this is Chris Ballmer responding. I can talk a bit about the transmission. I think it's very much to what David alluded to. I think our challenge on the planning side will be to be able to incorporate new generation sources and meet any changes to load in the future that may occur. And then on the operations side, as everyone is well aware, the intermittent resources, which seem to be growing on our system, but primarily others right now. What we're learning from others is the balancing of load generation with those intermittent resources presents a number of challenges in the real-time environment. So we are very much watching how others are implementing and incorporating those intermittent resources. But we, as you know, in transmission, we are here to move the generation to the load. So depending on where that generation is located, will have a key impact on the transmission assets that we need to be able to serve our load.
This is John Wolf. I'll represent the distribution grid. Fundamentally, distribution trends and tracks the adoption by customers of distributed energy resources on our grid. Relatively speaking, it has been fairly flat over time. We do see greater penetrations, but again, it's very, very low. But as we start seeing the penetration of distributed energy resources on the grid, we have to understand from a granular perspective the impacts on our system, particularly respective to ensuring the reliability of the grid and the power quality, voltage parameters, et cetera, maintain its performance with those new intermittent resources on the system. From a perspective of what distribution is doing in regard to preparing for that, adding intelligence to the grid is a key component of understanding the impacts of these installations on our system. And with what we are doing with distribution automation, we feel like we are preparing for that future where more distributed energy is on our grid.
Okay, so with the upgrades to the distribution system, the companies will be able to better detect and anticipate the distributed energy resources that are being, I guess, adopted by customers and track those behind the meter resources?
We will have a greater understanding of the implications of those installations on our grid because we have more intelligence out on the grid that's connected through SCADA, so we will have real-time view into it. Knowing specifically as each customer is interconnected, its impact on the system will not come until AMI is available.
Okay.
We would have the information in aggregate form.
And then this was touched on slightly before with respect to engagement with your major accounts and large commercial industrial customers. Could anyone provide any updates with respect to information regarding those major accounts, any type of major innovations that would lower demand or energy requirements for those rate classes?
Stuart, if you want to take that first.
Sure. Well, on page 6.4 of volume 1, we listed a number of examples of industrial efficiency gains. And I would just, that we've kind of seen in the years leading up to the IRP, and I would just say that we've seen these trends continue. Our industrial customers, our large commercial customers are taking action to use energy more efficiently, and our forecasts reflect that. Certainly on the KU side, our industrial forecast is flat to declining. slightly declining. That continues to be the case. On the LG&E side, it's basically flat. I think there's a material increase, but that continues to be the case. Coal mining certainly has an impact on the KU side of things as well. But as far as energy efficiency is concerned, we are seeing that since the IRP was developed, we've seen those trends continue.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, if I could, we're monitoring technologies that are increasingly available and being adopted by larger facilities as more and more devices get smarter and can talk to energy management systems, et cetera, that they are, naturally trying to manage their bills, which is not just about how much energy they use, but basically when they use it. So how they manage that 15-minute billing peak. In fact, myself and a number of colleagues met about a week or so ago with a large vendor of those kind of products in our area to understand what they are talking to their customers about. So there's no doubt that increasing technology behind the meter is going to play an important role in them managing their bills, not necessarily managing energy, but managing how they use it at one time, given the demand charges that they face.
Okay.
I would just add to that both our major accounts and our key account customer representatives in the company, while they're talking with the companies, talking with those customers, talking with the people that they represent internally, also working very closely with Stuart and his group to make sure that they understand where we see those trends doing or what companies are thinking about, so that everything can be worked together and be consistent.
Okay, thank you very much. Just give me a second. I know that I've got quite a few questions that have already been touched upon, so.
That's fine, take your time.
With respect to the AMI pilot program, could you provide an update where that particular program is as of now?
David, you want that one?
I'll take that. So, sure, I'll take that one. So, our AMI pilot program, we refer to it as AMP, the Advanced Meter Program. It's currently fully subscribed at the 20,000 customer level. It's been fully subscribed for, throughout the year. We have right at 5,200 customers in the backlog, and while we have not actively promoted that program since November of last year, customers continue to find it either through word of mouth or through our website or otherwise, and register for an advanced meter. So we are currently, as customers drop off or would leave, we can get to some of those on the waiting list, but otherwise they're saying they're on the waiting list until such time that we can serve them. If there's other questions about that program, Mr. Wynn, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Is the 5,200 customers, the backlog, is that for both KU and LG&E?
It is. I do have, just a second, I think I can tell you the breakdown. Yeah, so there is roughly 2,100 of those is at LG&E and roughly 3,100 at Kentucky Utilities.
Okay. And so my next questions will be with respect to the ProSim modeling. I know that that was discussed at the informal conference, and that provided staff and Commissioner Matthews with a little bit more insight into, the functioning and how that particular model runs. But it appears that given the company's relative length and capacity currently, and that there's no current consideration of the need to add any future capacity, it appears that, at least I didn't get a sense as to whether the ProSim model would be able to generate or accommodate an analysis with respect to replacement or adding generation or additional capacity, and the optimization of that process. So it appeared to be more of a dispatch model than something that would be able to figure out what the optimal resource mix could be in the event that additional generation is needed. So if you could explain whether the ProSim model can be used to recognize a future shortfall in capacity or an increase in load that would result in a significant reduction in the company's current reserve margin level, and whether the ProSim could select an optimal least cost generation portfolio.
I'll take an initial stab at that. The ProSim is not set up to do that. However, we have developed the capabilities to evaluate literally thousands of cases in ProSim and then choose the optimal case using ProSim. If you recall, we've historically used a program called Strategist that is designed for the purpose that you're discussing. But in this case, as I just said, we use ProSim instead to evaluate hundreds of alternatives using various combinations of combined cycle capacity, solar, wind, battery storage, simple cycle combustion turbine. And then basically we ran all the cases in a detailed mode and then selected the least cost mode using ProSim. So we've kind of developed the ability to use ProSim for the purpose that you're stating.
Okay, so so the scenarios that would get input into the Strategist model are the results that are generated by ProSim. So you make those runs and create those scenarios. And then based upon those results, that would be part of the input that would then be used by the Strategist model or Strategist software to arrive at the least cost portfolio. Is that a very simplistic way of?
No, I'm sorry. For the 2018 IRP, we did not use Strategist at all. Instead, Strategist would typically in the past have been used to identify an optimal portfolio. However, Strategist is not ideal for modeling renewables. As we discussed, I think a week or so ago, to model renewables, we developed renewable profiles that are precisely correlated with the load scenario that we're modeling. So for that reason, we model renewables along with other generation portfolios in ProSim in a detailed way. So whereas Strategist is a very high level optimization model that would kind of give us some indicative results about what the least cost portfolio would be. And with that information, we would typically take that portfolio and put it in ProSim for a more detailed analysis. We're just kind of skipping the Strategist step and evaluating hundreds of portfolios, including wind and solar, again, for which we can do that much better in ProSim. We're using ProSim for that analysis that we previously do in Strategist. So we're kind of starting from a detailed level in ProSim and ending with a detailed level in ProSim as opposed to doing a high-level analysis in Strategist first.
Okay, so so are you saying now that the ProSim modeling is capable of generating a least cost generation portfolio? Or am I misunderstanding that?
It is by virtue of the fact that we can evaluate hundreds of scenarios in ProSim.
Okay. And could you provide a little bit more detail into how the companies would screen potential generation options for this type of modeling to occur in order to generate the least cost optimal generation resource portfolio?
Sure. And I'll tell you what we did in our 2018 IRP. In the 2018 IRP, we created we created 288 candidate generation portfolios for each load scenario that we evaluated. Those generation portfolios consisted of varying amounts of combined cycle capacity, solar, wind. Some included a combination of solar and wind. Some included all those things in battery storage. We also included simple cycle CT. So the idea in creating this was to create a complete range of possible generation portfolios to evaluate. So 288 in total. Then we used ProSim for each load scenario, for each gas price scenario, for each CO2 scenario to evaluate those 288 generation portfolios, and for each of those scenarios, we calculate.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, you're freezing up on us. Can you hear me okay? If you can give us 1 second.
I can.
Sorry, Mr. Wilson, just give us 1 second. You're kind of freezing up on us.
Seems to be back.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you repeat? We missed probably the last 5 to 10 seconds of what you just said.
And I'll just maybe quickly restate the entire answer. So in our long-term resource analysis, we developed a complete range of replacement generation scenarios using various combinations of combined cycle capacity, wind capacity, solar capacity, battery storage, and simple cycle CT. In total, we developed 288 generation portfolios. And for each load, gas price, CO2 scenario, also we also looked at different retirement scenarios. But for each of those scenarios, we evaluated all 288 of those replacement generation portfolios in ProSim. So ProSim is our detailed analysis tool, and then based on the ProSim results, for each of those scenarios, we identified the least cost alternative. And then in addition to that, in the kind of towards the end of that long-term resource planning analysis document, we identified the top 10 portfolios for each of the scenarios that we looked at.
So you mentioned the is there in addition to, the generation resources, the combined cycle, solar, wind, battery storage, and CTs, does the companies also evaluate market purchases or any sort of bilateral arrangements as well?
For the 2018 IRP, we did not. Our IRP analysis is always focused on serving our own load with kind of own generation, recognizing that before we propose to make any changes to our portfolio, we're going to assess market available alternatives.
Okay. So just to clarify, you would evaluate the market purchases, but you would do that ahead of time prior to evaluating any sort of steel in the ground option. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
To be clear, just to add, and again, we have to be careful with this word market purchases. From a reliability planning, what we have not adopted is a philosophy of trying to buy non-firm energy as available in order to reliably keep the lights on. I would just suggest that, California's recent rolling blackouts are in part a function of assuming that your neighbors might have energy to sell to you when you really, really need it. To date, our company has not adopted a philosophy of assuming that others might have something available in order to reliably keep the lights on. Market purchases have been done as a way to lower energy costs. And to clarify to Stuart's point, before we procure capacity, I'm sure you're aware of past cases, we always go to the market for firm assets before we make any recommendation regarding what the path forward might be. So to make a distinction between firm capacity versus as available non-firm energy in the context of reliability planning.
Sure. More of a long-term look in terms of what it is that the companies evaluate in order to either replace capacity or add new capacity because of increasing load. And reliability is a crucial factor that's involved in that equation as well, right?
It's the key factor. We're planning for reliability that's where the whole reserve margin discussion comes in, et cetera. If we want to relax the reliability obligation, then resource planning is much, much different.
Okay. So I guess that flows into my next question with respect to the 1 in 10 loss of load event parameter that the companies use to evaluate the resource reliability of the generation mix. Is that 1 in 10 LOLE, is that also a factor in terms of determining what the company's reserve margin is as well?
The 1 in 10 LOLE guideline is what determines the upper end of the target reserve margin range.
Okay. Can you just provide a little bit more detail as to why the 1 in 10 LOLE factors only in the upper end of that target range and not the bottom or the middle portion of the range?
Well, in our reserve margin analysis, we focus on two things. One is an economic reserve margin, and one is the reserve margin that meets reliability standards. In our case, under certain circumstances, with roughly a 400 megawatt increase in load, the economic reserve margin, the minimum economic reserve margin, is in the 16 to 18% range. The loss of load event, which focuses on the 1 in 10 standard, that reserve margin to meet that standard is 25%. So really, we just focus on two different metrics: the economic reserve margin and the reliability metric, 1 in 10 metric, and those two together is what create the range.
Okay.
Bottom to top.
And then for the company's what did you call it? The forecasted reserve margin for the next year. That I guess that falls within the planning, the range. And how does that get evaluated? Or how does that forecasted reserve margin is calculated for, the subsequent year?
The forecasted reserve margin is simply it's calculated as a function of our summer peak demand forecast and the total capacity in our generation portfolio. It's effectively total capacity divided by peak demand, and technically minus 1 is what the forecasted reserve margin is.
And this might have been explained in the IRP, but I'm sure it is, the 1 in 10 loss of load event. Is that guideline based upon the largest unit in the fleet not being able to be called upon or not operating at a peak time?
No, basically, so a 1 in 10 year event, the way that we think about that is 1 day in 10 years, or 1 day in 3,650 days total. So that basically, that calculation, if you do that calculation, results in a likelihood of unserved energy. And basically, what our reserve margin analysis does is it evaluates generation production costs and reliability costs over a wide range of load scenarios, in this case for 2021 specifically, and over a wide range of generation unit availability scenarios. We effectively simulate our unit availability based on their availability characteristics, E4, equivalent force outage rates, et cetera. So basically, we look at we calculate generation production costs, and then specifically in this context, we look at unserved energy, and we count the number of events in that simulation, and then we compare the likelihood of unserved energy for each of the load scenarios and for each of the generation portfolios that we evaluate. We compare the likelihood of unserved energy to that 1 in 10 year threshold.
Okay, and then going to the cost of unserved energy. Does that, what sort of scenarios does that involve?
Well, the basis for our cost of unserved energy is in section 4.7 of the 2018 IRP reserve margin analysis in volume 3. The cost of unserved energy is based on a number of studies that admittedly were done some time ago, but basically what the studies attempt to do is they attempt to quantify for different classes of customers the cost of unserved energy, cost of rolling blackouts, if you will. So as you would expect, for residential customers, the cost is not nearly as big as it is for commercial and industrial customers who in some cases have processes that are, that are materially impacted by poor power quality. That cost of unserved energy is effectively a weighted average across residential, commercial, and industrial customers of the cost of unserved energy as determined by these studies.
Okay.
I would say because this is an uncertain number, we looked at a kind of a range of scenarios about this just to understand to what extent it impacts our analysis, and it doesn't have a significant impact.
Did you say it does or does not have a significant impact?
Does not.
Okay. So the cost of unserved energy, would that include such items as loss of productivity, interruption of manufacturing process, potential damage to electrical services, and inconvenience or discomfort due to loss of cooling, heating, or lighting?
I think it would include, yes, all of those things. Like I said, it's a survey. It's meant to be a survey of what customers would say their losses are. I mean, we're aware of some manufacturing facilities, for example, if they lose power during a particular production process, it literally costs them millions of dollars to recover from that. So that would be an example of a customer, presumably, who would have a much higher cost of unserved energy. Not suggesting that all industrial customers are like that. Even on for residential customers who are, maybe have medical needs that cause their power supply to be more important, they would have a higher cost of unserved energy than other customers.
But there's a quantification of that cost, is that correct? Based on
That's correct.
per kWh? So I'm just trying to get a better understanding. I know that you mentioned that it's the likelihood of, or the risk of not being able to reliably meet the service or the load obligation, which then results in cost of unserved energy. But I'm just trying to get a handle on how this cost of unserved energy is then factored into a calculation of the reserve margin analysis.
Okay. So for each of these iterations that I'm talking about, where we're calculating generation production costs, we also calculate a quantity in megawatt hours of unserved energy. In some scenarios, we don't have any. In other scenarios, we have more. So whatever that quantity is, in megawatt hours, that quantity is multiplied by the cost of unserved energy to get a total for that iteration sum of generation production costs and unserved energy costs. We've labeled them reliability costs in the context of the 2018 IRP. So as you would imagine, as you have less capacity, the cost of carrying that capacity is lower, but your likelihood of having reliability problems is higher. So your generation production costs and unserved energy costs are also higher. And we can switch to a graph if it would be helpful to kind of just show this, but basically what we do is we add the cost of carrying capacity to the associated cost of generation as well as unserved energy. We add that together, and the reserve margin analysis minimizes the sum of those two things when we're focusing on the economic reserve margin.
Mr. Wilson, is that graph in the IRP?
It is. It's in section 5. Hold it real quick.
I believe it's in volume 1, page 5-17, figure 5-11.
5-11, exactly.
What was the page
Is it
number?
5-11 or 5-12?
Well, 5-12 is better.
5-11.
Start with 5-11 first.
Yep.
And what was the page number, I'm sorry?
Would you like for me to step through this?
Give me 1 second. Let me get to it real quick. What's the page number?
It's page 5-17.
Okay. So just let me clarify, the cost of unserved energy is only a component for the economic reserve margin and not for the upper end of the planning, the reliability
Correct.
reserve margin?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, and so now could you sort of discuss this graph?
Could that graph be presented on the screen, please?
Yeah, could someone share their screen?
I'll get it here.
Here, I've got it.
You see that?
We do not. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Stuart, can you see that?
I can, and I have it on my screen as well. So if you look at figure 511, there are 3 lines. The green line is capacity cost, and this is an illustrative chart to demonstrate kind of how the economic reserve margin is calculated. But the green line is capacity costs, and the idea is that as you add more capacity, or as you increase your reserve margin on the x-axis by moving left or right on your x-axis, the cost of that, the carrying cost of that capacity increases with higher reserve margin. So the green line is upward sloping. Alternatively, the benefits of adding more capacity is that your system becomes more reliable. So the red line is your reliability and production costs. But as you add more capacity, your reliability and production costs decrease. A component, so reliability and production costs, as the label suggests, there's 2 components of that. One is reliability costs, the other are generation production costs. Generation production costs are primarily fuel and variable cost of generation. The reliability cost, as we've discussed, is basically the amount of unserved energy you have times that cost of unserved energy. But the point is as you add more capacity, your system gets more reliable, and your reliability and production costs decrease. So basically, in determining the economic reserve margin, the blue line is the sum of the green and red lines. And to determine the economic reserve margin, we look to minimize the blue line. And that is the economic reserve margin. So in other words, if you focus on the economic reserve margin, if we were to add more capacity, the cost of adding that capacity outweighs the additional savings that you would get, or the associated savings you would get in reliability and production costs. Alternatively, if we were to take away capacity, the savings that you would get from a lower carrying charge would be more than offset by the increase in reliability and production costs. Now, if we can switch to figure 512. This chart, the purpose of this chart is to demonstrate that your cost of capacity matters. So in this example, the reliability and production cost line, the red line, is unchanged. But we've added a second scenario of capacity costs. In this case, in this scenario, the cost of adding capacity is much lower, as evidenced by the more slowly sloping green dashed line. When you add the more slowly sloping green dashed line to the red line, you get the blue dashed line. And you can see that in that scenario, your economic reserve margin is higher. If you think about it in the extreme, this makes sense. If the cost of adding new capacity were free, which it's not, but if it were free, our economic reserve margin would be much, much higher. But this concept is why in the 2018 IRP, it largely explains why in the 2018 IRP we said our existing generation portfolio is optimal for serving customers. I think in our reserve margin analysis, our existing reserve margin was 23.5%. In order to increase that reserve margin, in our analysis, we modeled the addition of simple cycle capacity, but that would cost about $123 per kW year. And that cost is not warranted given the benefits it would produce from a reliability and production cost perspective. However, if we were going to decrease our reserve margin, we would be removing resources like our demand conservation program and our secondary CTs. And compared to the cost of adding new capacity, $123 per kW year, the cost of the savings from removing those resources is much lower. Secondary CTs is only like $3 per kW year. Our demand conservation program is approximately $25 per kW year, but it's much lower. And because the savings would be limited, our analysis shows that the savings that we would get from retiring those resources or removing those resources, the increase in reliability and generation production costs more than offsets the savings that we realize by retiring those units.
Okay, thank you. That helps out a lot. So the company's target reserve margin is it 23 to 24%, correct?
That would be our planning reserve margin for 2021. And because our load forecast is pretty flat, I think that was the planning reserve margin for most years in the IRP period.
Okay.
Our target reserve margin is 17 to 25%.
Okay. So with respect to the planning reserve margin, if that level was lower, to say 18%, would that reflect a need for additional generation capacity by the companies?
No. And I'm sorry, I'm mismatching the words planning and forecast. I did that earlier, but the 23.5% is our forecasted reserve margin. But if our forecasted reserve margin was 18% looking out at a future year, that would not tell us we need additional capacity based on a target reserve margin range of 17 to 25%.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I mean, hence that was a discussion earlier when I mentioned that, potentially retiring Mill Creek 1 would not cause us to replace it because we would still be within that range that Stuart just mentioned.
What about if you layer in a potential retirement as well of Mill Creek 2? Would that trigger any new capacity replacement?
We would be below the minimum of the target reserve margin range if both Mill Creek 1 and Mill Creek 2 were retired, so yes.
Based on what we know today.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I guess on the opposite side, on the low side, could someone discuss just in general LG and KU's efforts in terms of economic development or load replacement of the loss of the municipal loads that had occurred within the last couple of years? So I guess
can
economic
start with
development
that.
efforts in general, and then specifically addressing the loss of the municipal loads specifically.
I could start with that if you'd like, David, and then maybe your turn to your Stuart.
That's fine.
So we are very active from an economic development standpoint. John Bevington's our Director of Economic Development, and he is very active in the state looking at not only sites, but site-specific and working with potential customers as they come up, working with his contacts throughout the state and helping provide proposals that would attract load to our service area and to the benefit of us and our customers overall. So, I mean, the general nature, we are very active on that front. We take it very seriously and are providing resources that work across the board in order to evaluate and help companies select Kentucky and select LG&E or KU as their service provider.
And then on the municipal issue, you may recall back in 2014 when the municipal customers gave us the termination notice, we had pending at that time a CPCN for a approximately 700 megawatt combined cycle plant, then called Green River 5. When it became clear that the municipals were not going to change their mind on termination, we withdrew the request to build that unit and canceled that project. So, you know, from a balancing of supply and demand, we addressed that right up front by because the demand was going to be reduced by reducing potential supply that would have been otherwise necessary to serve them. We also then adjusted at that time the need that we thought for interim capacity that would serve the load until the municipals left, which was bulk of them was in 2019. We identified a capacity shortfall of peaking capacity. We entered into, after an RFP, an agreement with, which was then LS Power for the use of what was called Bluegrass Unit 3 at the time. LS Power sold that unit, as you know, to EKPC. So we finished the contract under there. But basically, that contract terminated when the municipals themselves went away. So again, we've been adjusting to the loss of municipal load by adjusting the supply side of the portfolio, in addition to the efforts that Mr. Huff just talked about from an economic development perspective, which are really ongoing irrespective of the municipal decision to terminate.
Okay, thank you. Another general question. Could someone provide the status of the state implementation plan for the ACE rule?
Gary, is that something you can cover? The status of the state implementation plan for the ACE rule?
Yes, I can cover that. The ACE rule is being developed by the state agencies. It's actually going to be approved by EPA once they submit a state implementation plan. The state is looking at us putting together a program that will determine what the CO2 pounds per million BT will be, and then we, at the same time, also we are discussing with the state on how they want us to address heat improvement projects. We're meeting with the state on a very frequent basis to try to determine what they need for their recipient plan, but basically we're trying to get all that submitted to them by the end of this year, by basically December 2020. And then they have until July of next year to put their program together, and then they plan on submitting it at the end of 2022. At the end of 2021.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. I have a few. And they're going to skip around a bit because I've been taking notes as everyone else has spoken. Just to put it in context, this is the 2018 IRP that was likely prepared in 2017, that was likely based on the full year of 2016 data. So I guess we could say it's a little stale. Mr. Huff, you look like you want to agree with me.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Yeah.
It takes a little while to prepare it. So obviously it was filed in November of 2018, so preparation began in 17.
Right. And so putting that in context, I still have some questions that I think might help you address the IRP that I assume you're working on now to be filed in 2021. First of all, I need to understand the interaction between the equivalent load duration curve model and your reserve margin, and in particular, how you came to model the scarcity pricing and what that means. Is that Mr. Wilson or Mr. Sinclair?
I will respond to that first, and then David can follow up if he'd like. Scarcity price is a difficult thing to estimate, as we've said. The idea is that as reserves diminish, the market price for power tends to exceed the marginal cost of energy that's available for purchase. So as you know, we use two models to estimate the economic reserve margin as well as the loss of load expectation. And in the servo model, that model actually plots, or actually takes as an input, a scarcity price curve that is specified as a function of reserve capacity in excess of the hourly load. But first of all, and please tell me if you'd like for me to pause, I'm looking at figure 6 in the reserve margin analysis. When reserves are in excess of 16%, the scarcity price is 0. So there's no addition, there's nothing added to the marginal cost of energy in any contemplation by the model of market unfirmed purchase energy. However, as reserves decrease, say with to only 3% of load, then that scarcity price increases and eventually coincides with our cost of unserved energy. And 3% is calculated as our spinning reserve requirement. Our spinning reserve requirement is approximately 3.5% of the summer peak demand. That 3% number basically is developed with the assumption that we are going to shed firm load in order to maintain our spinning reserve requirement. That's how that curve is developed for servo.
So that's
The
making
equivalent load correction.
That's making an assumption that there are no, that you can't, there's no alternative to shedding load.
I mean, that's right. I'm sure you're aware, there are industry requirements called energy emergency alert levels that cause you to eventually, if you reach EEA level 3, shedding firm load is your obligation. That's the way the system works. In
And
order
you
to keep
get,
the entire grid from collapsing. That's what they just went through in California recently.
and you get at that with 3%?
Yes, because again, your obligation is to maintain reserves, to maintain whatever system is left in a reliable manner.
Okay.
And so you have to maintain the ability to operate the existing system. And so if you can't maintain that system, you have to shed load to get back to the operating reserves that you need to maintain for the rest of the system is still workable.
And you model
That's one
your-
thing that the news media did not understand about California is they said, well, you said that available generation, why did they shed load? Well, because they had to under the requirements to operate the system.
And you model your system as standalone, correct? You model to serve your own load with your own generation.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. I think serving.
Could one of you speak at a time, please?
Sorry. That's the assumption that we make for long-term resource planning, to get an idea of the mix of generation that is optimal for meeting different scenarios. For the purpose of reserve margin planning, we assume access to neighboring markets in both the servo model and the equivalent load duration curve model. We also attempt to model the availability of transmission capacity between those markets. And our access to the market for the purpose of this analysis was assumed to be 500 megawatts. However, we assume that that transmission capacity is available only 2/3 of the time, I believe.
Is that a number
And again, that mirrors what happens in the real world, which is as you move up the EA levels, Chris, you might be able to talk about this from a transmission perspective, but you're obligated then to try to reconfigure the transmission system to help your neighbor keep their lights on in order to be able to import power. Am I correct about that, Chris?
Yes, there are certain requirements that once they're met, additional ATC can be available.
And my question is simply, is that 500 megawatt ATC 2/3 of the time, is that based on a historic, how do you get that number, those numbers?
That is based on our experience historically. There's a
Okay.
table in our reserve margin analysis, table 6, that summarizes our experience over the summers and winters of 2016 and 2017. Actually, the summer was of 2016 and 2017, the winter months of 2017 and 2018. But actually, what we found is, looking at those days, we had 0 available transmission capacity 45% of the day. Our analysis assumes it's 0 only 33% of the time.
Okay, I have a question about transmission capacity, and I believe the MISO system is looking at that at their north-south constraint and looking at some building of transmission to alleviate the MISO north, oh, actually, it's central, MISO central versus MISO south, the Entergy states. And I know that those flows impact your system. If MISO makes that decision, it makes a decision to increase the flows between the north and south, does that relieve some of the constraints on the LG&E system? I guess this is for Chris.
Yes, Commissioner, I'll be glad to respond. There is an existing agreement that is filed and approved by FERC that does restrict MISO's transfers.
Right.
Limits. So they have made public that they were looking at some options under that agreement to possibly try to increase that capability. We've been in discussions, with them. There's a committee that meets regularly to talk about these kinds of things. And to my knowledge, MISO has not made any decision to pursue one path or one option yet. And to answer your question about would we see less constraints if they increase the limits, no, it's actually just the opposite. As they increase flows from one region to another, the flows on our system increase as well and causes us certain issues on our system.
Are you talking about if they increase the contract path or if they actually build transmission, or both?
If they increase the flows or the limits to actually allow them to increase the flows, we would see additional issues.
Right, but if the solution would be building additional capacity?
It depends on that particular capacity that's being built. Some of the options that they presented do not eliminate the concerns that we have on our system, as well as some of the other parties in the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that explanation. And I'm going to ask some clarifying questions just for my own. I will say I've not been as involved in looking at the IRP as the staff has, so I may ask questions that you may be very, you may point me toward the IRP application or the actual IRP filing, and that's fine, but just humor me if you will. I'm not as familiar with those documents as the staff is. You make the decision that DER will only result from net metering, is that correct in your modeling assumptions?
In the 2018 IRP, that's the assumption we made.
Okay, and that is something that will likely be changed in the 2021?
Yes.
Do you have any, and I will point, I guess, to the folks that deal with the large industrial and commercial customers, or the medium-sized and small commercial and industrial customers. Do you keep track of those customers that have carbon goals or renewable goals, or want to perhaps look at behind-the-meter generation to meet some of their own needs that maybe have different characteristics than the fleet and the power that you offer them?
Commissioner Matthews, I'll try to address that for you. We do not have, to my knowledge, and subject to check, we do not have a document that we keep a running list of customer and then their goals or their activities or their plans going forward in a concise, tabular or documented fashion. Certainly we talk to each customer and address their concerns. Certainly we go out and meet with them. All levels of our organization have met with customers to help them address their goals from a renewable standpoint. Even from years ago, I served on a task force that dealt with CHP, and combined heat and power. So we do meet with those customers, we do address them, we work to educate them, we work to help them with the engineering and the analysis and the risk and concerns to have a very comprehensive view of where they're going and what might be possible and how, as their service provider, we might help them meet their needs. But as far as a concise list, there's not one that I know of.
How would you build those types of goals into your load forecast for the next IRP?
I'll let Stuart address that more specifically, but I do know that our major accounts and our key account customers, which represent our largest customers across the state and our service territories, are actively involved in sharing those plans, ideas, thoughts with Stuart and Stuart's group. I think he can speak more specifically to meetings or other things that they have on some basis where they gather those insights. And so while there's not, a document, I think there is a robust process, where they are actively seeking out and getting a feel for what customers are doing with their energy.
I agree with that. Those conversations are primarily short-term focused. I think we alluded to the fact earlier that it's difficult to predict what's going to happen long-term regarding their, their valuation of renewables and what our customers are wanting to do. So really in an IRP context, what we do is we try to look at a full range of scenarios to understand how different levels of distributed generation would impact our forecast. And really, regardless whether we model it, our models don't differentiate between, ultimately, they don't differentiate between utility-owned and, generation owned by large industrial customers. We just look at varying levels of solar in our forecast because the impacts from a distribution or for a generation planning perspective are it doesn't matter who owns the solar.
Well, I still have some questions, but I also know that Mr. Nguyen has a noon and a 1 o'clock meeting. So I think we're going to have to break and come back at 2:15 because I don't think we're finished. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm picking something up that I have no idea what it is. Anyway, we're going to go off the record now, and we'll be back at 2:15. Candace? Hold on a second. Hold 1 second.
You're on,
Okay.
Commissioner.
We're good?
You're good.
Okay, we are back on the record in 2018, 348. I believe we were in the middle of my questions. Do we have everybody back? It looks like the Brady Bunch on my screen, so I think we're good.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yeah, did you have anything, or is it still just me?
It is, yes.
Okay. Trying to remember where I was. We talked about scarcity pricing, and we talked about the ELDC curve. And I guess I did have a follow-up question to that, which I guess is to Mr. Wilson or to Mr. Sinclair. I heard you when you said that it's, of course, very difficult to measure a scarcity price. Is it particularly difficult to measure a scarcity price when you are typically serving your own load with your own generation? I mean, you don't get the market signals that you would get. You know, when I think scarcity pricing, I think ERCOT, right? $9,000 a megawatt hour. Okay. Mr. Wilson, we cannot hear you.
Sorry about that. I started muted. Yes, one of the reasons it's difficult to estimate the scarcity price is this data is based on instances when we're serving load and there's truly a scarcity price. One example was the polar vortex in 2014. I think our purchase power price was escalated because of scarcity in the market. So there's just, the reason I say it's difficult to estimate is because the data available is limited. We know, I think, though, that in theory it moves from $0 per megawatt hour to our cost of unserved energy, per the conversation we had about, you know, at the point to where we have to, where the alternative is dropping below our required spinning reserves, that's the point where the scarcity price is theoretically close to the cost of unserved energy.
Okay. If we go to, again, I warned you I was going to be skipping over because I took notes while everyone else was talking. In the SREA comments, they talk about your modeling of out-of-state wind, and I think this was their initial public comments. And I know you modeled in-state resources and then out-of-state wind, which makes sense because there are certainly other areas that have much better wind availability than Kentucky does. And the price of $12 per megawatt for transmission costs, it wasn't clear how you arrived at those.
I'll have to respond in a post-hearing data request, a precise basis for that. I probably cannot articulate it clearly right now.
Okay. Take a note, Mr. Lynn.
We'll do that.
Okay. I had some questions on Mill Creek, but I think you answered those. The likely, you know, what you're doing with units 1 and 2 potentially, and that we'll get that update in the 2021 IRP. As we look forward to that 2021 IRP that you're working on right now, I have a question about the a particular you have industrial customers that are made up of coal companies that maybe one single site is not that much of a load, but if you aggregate them, they are, especially in West Kentucky. The downturn in the coal industry has been rather dramatic. And I think even pre-COVID, it was pretty dramatic, and then post-COVID, it's certainly been not increased. How will you build that in your load forecast for the next IRP?
Well, we forecast coal, where we forecast energy consumption for mining customers based on coal production index from, in our case, IHS market. So our forecasts, we use an econometric model to develop the forecast, and the forecast is based on what they tell us. We obviously evaluate it to make sure that it makes sense in light of what we know and in light of conversations that we have with the large coal companies in our service territory.
Okay, will there be any multiplier effect if you model a downturn in the coal industry? Are you modeling a downturn in any commercial or residential load as well?
Presumably, yes, there would be in regions that are supported by the coal area. This conversation pertains particularly to the ODP service territory, which is not the point of this conversation. But particularly in that portion of KU service territory, we think about that a lot.
Okay. So that's something I think that we will look for when we look at that next IRP. There were some, in your comments to the staff report, there were, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to talk about this. There were you had some, what you called corrections on the staff assumption on the winter peak, and when that winter peak was reached, I think staff, there was not a miscommunication, but a cross-communication on that. So I would give you the opportunity to explain that to me.
Sure. In our IRP, we evaluated 3 energy requirements forecasts, and really primarily for the purpose of developing or completing our long-term resource planning analysis, which focuses on, under various scenarios, what generation replacement portfolios are ideal. For reserve margin planning, that analysis, and let me just step back, all 3 of those energy requirement forecasts are based on the assumption of normal weather. So the peak demand in each of those scenarios is based on the same normal or average weather. Average weather is defined by weather over the last 20 years. For our reserve margin analysis, obviously given our obligation to serve load under a wide range of weather scenarios, we don't just focus on average weather, we attempt to look at weather load scenarios that cover the full gamut. So what we do to complete that reserve margin analysis is we develop what we call weather year scenarios for a particular year in the forecast, and our analysis focused on 2021. We develop a load profile for 2021 based on weather in each of the past 45 years. And we choose 45 just because that's how much data we have. So that, as far as thinking about load uncertainty, that's the way we approach load uncertainty. And then we, as we've discussed before, we compute production costs and reliability costs for each of those load profiles, and looking at a range of unit availability scenarios. So I think the cross communication, or just the miscommunication, was the the peak demand and the high energy requirements forecast, which reflects a different economic scenario. But the peak demand and the high energy requirements forecast, which reflects also normal weather, was being compared to the high end of our peak demand, high end of our range of peak demands in our reserve margin analysis, which would not have been based on normal weather. It would have been based on some of the more extreme winter weather that we've experienced over the last 45 years.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. You'll bear with me for a second. Going forward in the next IRP, will you still be assuming that carbon prices are estimated to be zero in the near term, or do you think that decision might be influenced in the next couple of months?
Well, we haven't made that decision yet, but we will. And someone noted that we've, I guess, begun thinking about the 2021 IRP, but we haven't in earnest started that analysis. So we will likely wait until after the next couple months to decide what makes the most sense in terms of environmental regulations for the IRP.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hold on just a second. And this is something that I probably should know, but don't. Do you model demand-side programs, demand-side reduction programs, whether they be your load reduction or DSM? Do you model those as a resource or as load reduction?
The only demand-side management program that we model as a resource is the demand conservation program.
Okay.
And the reason we model that as a resource is because the need for that resource is a function of reliability on the system.
Okay. Good news is a lot of my questions have been answered. I'm marking them off. And I guess this is for Mr. Wolf, maybe for the modelers. Given that this is an integrated resource plan and the systems have changed over the years, is there a distribution system planning component to an IRP, or will there be in 2021? That's more than just distributed energy resources? Are you looking at optimizing the distribution system to help manage load, or? And you're on mute, sir.
I'm clicking out, thank you. At this time, our system planning does not tie directly to the IRP. We are looking at down the road what software we would need to add to our planning methods to ensure that we have a robust enough planning system and processes to evaluate across our distribution grid the impacts of DER. At this point in time, our modeling does not tie directly to the IRP. And Stuart, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say, though, that while the IRP doesn't get into this level of detail, the distribution side of the part of the business, as well as the system load forecasting side of the business, our groups communicate to ensure that our forecast of load by substation is all tied out and consistent with what we're saying our forecast of load for the entire system should be. So we think about where load is growing specifically and where it's not, where it's declining. So that from a system planning perspective, that's all aligned, but that is not, per John's comment, that is not a topic of the IRP or something that we talk about in the IRP.
And
But
that's,
those are definitely, those two parts of the business are definitely synced up. We spend a lot of time thinking about that.
okay. And that's, I mean, typically the IRP process has been, you have this load, what resources are we going to use to meet this load? So, and I think that, as we all know, that's not such an easy, it's not such a straightforward question anymore. Let's talk about OVEC. And we did, I believe, punt some of those issues to the IRP. I will agree with Mr. Miller that we did say we would address it in the IRP, and then the staff report didn't address it too much. I have some questions so that I can better understand the OVEC issue. And I don't know who wants to give me maybe a brief overview of how you look at those OVEC units and how you look at the questions that the Sierra Club brought to the table in the rate case and then consequently brought over here into the IRP.
Dan, you want to start out first with a high level, how is the OVEC structure and the contract? I'll take any kind of dispatch modeling kind of questions.
Sure. So the OVEC ICPA is an agreement where each of the off-takers are obligated to pay their pro rata share of the fixed cost through a demand charge, and then there's a portion of the bill that covers the variable cost of production. And so as owners of OVEC and as participants under the ICPA, each of KU and LG&E are responsible for paying their pro rata share of the OVEC costs that are billed to them. There were questions about whether or not that's a guarantee. We definitely do not see it that way. The contract is a several obligation, not a joint and several obligation, so that if one of the other participants in the contract were to fail to pay, we are not on the hook for the shortfall that is created by that other party.
And that's relevant because isn't First Energy one of the other parties?
First Energy Solutions was one of the other parties. They had gone into bankruptcy. That situation has now been resolved through the bankruptcy court, where Energy Harbor, which is the new entity that has that First Energy Solutions has become, they have agreed that they will, going forward, assume all of the contract obligations under the OVEC ICPA, and they also paid a dollar amount to OVEC to compensate for some of the power payments or the payments due under the contract that they had not made during the bankruptcy.
Thank you. And Mr. Sinclair, you want to talk about how it's dispatched?
From a resource planning and dispatch perspective, it's just a purchase power contract. Like any purchase power contract, this has certain scheduling provisions that are linked to the physical capabilities of the units. So the dispatch desk every day looks at the load situation, the resource situation, and economically dispatches our contract share of OVEC to meet that load. And likewise, from a long-term planning perspective, from Stewart's area, because the contract has no termination provisions, we show it as a resource out through the life of the contract, which is, I believe, 2040, if I remember correctly. And so, absent some change in the contract itself from a resource planning perspective, we run it out to the life of the contract.
So there's no provisions there's no out.
Dan, you want to take that? But that's my understanding.
I mean-
Early termination provisions.
Right, the contract doesn't have early termination provisions, and again, much of that is tied to the term of the debt that's associated with the OVEC plant, so that if we were to cease operation of the facility, the debt that is used to finance the plants would become due and payable. And those fixed rate debt agreements have make-whole provisions whereby if you terminate the contract, you have to pay the present value of the future debt service based on today's interest rates. So discounting those future payments at today's low interest rates results in a very high termination payment.
Okay. So when you're modeling OVEC in your long-term models, you model, I'm trying to get my head around this. You model that if you're keeping it in the stack, or you just automatically keep it in the stack, you don't ever model that it's not in the stack. I'm trying to figure this out. You model it in the stack through 2040 at a certain level?
Yeah, the contract, it actually has a certain min generation associated with it, as you are aware, all these units are coal units, so just like an actual coal plant that we have, coal plants that they have minimum operating obligations. So we have a minimum take we'd have to take in a given hour, and then the rest above that is dispatchable. So you're right, we would then dispatch like any other resource we have with all the rest of the resources that are dispatchable.
Okay. What happens if environmental rules make it such that that unit would take who makes the decision to retrofit that unit to meet new environmental rules? Is it the consortium of owners?
Yes, OVEC has a board of directors, and they would be making that decision.
And you guys have a seat on that board and would have a vote?
We have 2 seats on the board.
Out of how many?
I honestly don't know the answer to that. We can certainly respond to that in a post-hearing data request.
Are there other vertically integrated utilities? And I'm just going to say I remember OVEC, but I haven't probably haven't spent as much time on it as others have. Are there other vertically integrated utilities as well as independent power producers on that board?
It is mostly in regulated utilities, including AEP, Duke. Those are the 2 other major IOUs. There are co-ops as well that have ownership interests, and then there are some IPPs that are unregulated entities that have ownership interests.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to get a sense of kind of what were the issues, how was it modeled, and what would happen if environmental rules changed such that, what does happen if the rules change where suddenly, if you were dispatching it as your own unit, it would not dispatch, but you're held to this minimum dispatch under the contract? How would you deal with that?
Well, I'm trying to anticipate what the environmental rules you're talking about would be, but if you're talking about from a capital investment perspective, you're talking about something that would be like a carbon tax or something that would affect the price of energy.
Something, right. Something that would require a large capital investment to meet, or would be a carbon tax that would affect the price of energy.
Okay, well, Dan, I'll let you take the capital one first, and I'll talk about the variable cost issue.
Okay.
Sure. So again, if there were an environmental regulation that required some type of capital investment to allow the plant or plants to meet the new standards, the OVEC management would be responsible for analyzing that and providing a presentation to the board of directors to make a decision as to whether or not that additional investment is worthwhile and economic.
And that's from an OVEC board perspective, given the company's relative low costs of some of its units, is that going to be a different decision? Or maybe the majority would make a decision that might put LG&E and KU's customers at a disadvantage?
Well, certainly we own a small interest, a little over 8% combined between the two companies. And so we do not have a large vote in how those decisions are made. However, the board members also have fiduciary responsibilities to OVEC as a corporation that need to be considered.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen, do you have any follow-ups on OVEC?
No, I do not.
Okay. Then we'll change topics just a little and look at your modeling of existing resources. When you're modeling existing resources versus new resources, I think in every instance that you've done that, you've said something to the effect of you don't model sunk cost of those existing resources. So you're looking at capital investment for new sources and not quite, but operation and maintenance costs of existing sources. So I'm going to give you a chance, Mr. Sinclair, to educate me on that concept of modeling that as sunk cost. And then I have a question. And that may be Mr. Wilson.
Okay. Well, I think for those on the phone who are ever taken a financial decision class, they would recognize the idea that when making a future decision, you do not include sunk costs for the reason that they cannot be changed. So the idea that we would include costs from the past to make decisions about resources in the future would violate a basic principle of financial decision making. So that's the primary reason why we don't do it. So that way we're looking out to make sure that we're making the best decisions for customers in the long term to minimize their long-term cost of power.
And here I think is I certainly am familiar with the term sunk cost. But typically sunk cost means I've spent the money, that decision is no longer with me. I'm going forward and looking at the marginal cost and marginal benefits of the next action. But is that the same as the net present value revenue requirement that's left for it really isn't a sunk cost. Someone still has to pay that cost going forward, correct? I mean, the capital hasn't been paid for all the way.
But the capital has been spent. So the question, like any, whether it's regulated or unregulated, the money has been spent.
The money has been spent.
The difference is in the unregulated world, the marketplace has to provide the future revenue to cover those costs. In a regulated world, the rate-making process through the regulator determines those costs that shall be recovered.
Has there been a case where in Kentucky you haven't recovered the net book value of an asset that you've retired?
I'll look to Robert maybe on that, but I know we retired Green River 3 and 4. I don't know if there was any write-off associated with that. We can't retire Cameron 4, 5, and 6, the Tyrone unit. So we had some unit retirements. I just don't know from an accounting perspective. Maybe Chris Garrett can answer that question.
And some of those units may have had no net book value. I can't imagine Tyrone would not have been fully depreciated. It was a...
Yeah, we've had no regards to the coal-fired generation. Subject to check, I do believe there was related to manufactured gas plant, but that was a little bit before my time, so I'd have to go back and look.
Okay. So I guess that's my question is there a difference between an analysis of sunk cost and analysis of what I would call a stranded asset when you're making the decisions and you're doing your modeling on an existing resource versus a new capital outlay for a new source?
Again, we're not assuming the rate-making treatment of what has already been spent. So, I mean, if you think about it, you probably wouldn't want us doing that because that would lead us to try to maintain existing assets regardless of whether new ones might be better resources to serve customers. So I think as Mr. Garrett indicated, to the extent we make those decisions, the accounting treatment and rate-making treatment will be left to the decision at the time, the commission at the time when those decisions are made.
But it wouldn't be out of the picture for us to assume that those costs aren't zero to the customer if you have an asset that still has net book value.
I guess I would come back to the standard that I'm typically familiar with in my long years in the industry is the one of prudency. So what did you know at the time you made the decision? And so, the extent that the company made the case that a certain asset was a good decision at the time, and 20 years later circumstances change and something hasn't been fully paid for, I think there, certainly you would argue that, you'd want us to make the best decision from that point going forward. And I think the company, just subject to talking to legal counsel or Robert here, would be that we made a prudent decision at the time, and therefore the bondholders and stockholders should get the money back that was invested to provide that resource. But I'll let Robert and Mr. Riggs perhaps comment on that.
I understand that, the regulatory compact. I guess my question is just in modeling, when you're looking and you're modeling existing resources and you're modeling those against new resources, how that modeling works. And I know there were some suggestions by the SREA on different ways to do that modeling, and I believe I heard you say, Mr. Sinclair, that you would be modeling it different in the next IRP, similar to the PPA case?
With respect to renewables is that we would look at energy-only resources as part of the IRP process, rather than just looking only at reliability resources to meet the reliability needs. So again, I guess I come back to all the analysis we present assumes in effect perfect real-time rate treatment. We don't get in from an economic decision perspective trying to guess what rate treatment might be now or in the future.
Well, you can't predict what your regulator's going to do. They're all just human. Only within the bounds of, there are certain things we have to do, right? I mean, there are certain, we are to quote but a previous executive director, we're creatures of the legislature. We do what they tell us to do.
This is Robert, I guess I would add the point that when you're looking at the IRP and multiple scenarios, you're comparing cases, one scenario to the other, and in either one of those scenarios, the assumption is your existing assets will be recovered and paid for.
Right.
So the delta between the scenarios is zero.
Okay. I look forward to the 2021 IRP and a much longer discussion of this. When you're doing the 2021, what NREL ATB figures will you be using? Will that be used, I think, 2017 in your 2018 IRP, so you'll be using 2020 NREL figures for renewables and natural gas combined cycle in your 2021? Is that consistent?
We will use whatever the latest version of that report is
Okay.
and make sure that it reflects the best information available to us for making a decision.
Okay, and I just ask that, as you usually do, make it clear what those numbers are and where you got them. Will you be modeling any, well, we've talked about the Southeast Energy Market, I guess, is that what it's called, SEAM? And that really, it's not even RTO light, it's something more akin to a bulletin board with to facilitate bilateral agreements for the most part, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So other than that, will you be modeling any market purchases or anything, any scenarios that would impact your reserve margin from a market perspective? Are you?
From a reserve margin,
Go ahead. Stuart, I think, started first.
well, and I'll
Mr.
defer to
Wilson,
David
sorry.
as well, but from a reserve margin perspective, this year we modeled the ability to import non-firm energy, 500 megawatts. There's uncertainty about the availability of that. That's the key thing to think about. But at least for now, I think we would continue to think about reserve margin in that way.
Okay.
And that's in the context of the risk of not being able to serve energy. And as long as we look at the IRP more as what resources would be necessary to reliably serve load, I don't anticipate us assuming that we can just buy energy on a non-firm basis to serve firm load.
Okay. Are both your systems, I know you jointly dispatch and jointly plan, are both LG&E and KU winter peaking or summer peaking? Or almost at this point, both?
Well, LG&E is summer peaking, and KU is typically winter peaking or more dual peaking.
Okay.
But as a system, and that's what we focus on to your point, as a system, more times than not, the system is summer peaking, but a point that we really spent a lot of time talking about in our IRP this year is the fact that winter peak demand can be as high as our summer peak demand, as evidenced by the peak demands in 2014 and 2015. And with the increasing penetration of electric heat, for example, that's something we continue to think about from a resource planning perspective.
Okay. And do you expect that penetration of electric heat to grow at even a faster rate than you assumed in this model? Will you be assuming a higher adoption rate given the push for electrification versus new natural gas build-out?
So far, we haven't assumed a greater increase or a greater rate of new homes choosing electric heat over gas heat. If they do, it'll take quite a while for new customers in particular to affect the overall system, but that is definitely something we're watching.
Okay. And then this is something that's more for my curiosity than anything else. I make the comment around here sometimes that the shoulder season isn't really a shoulder season anymore because we have 90-degree temperatures in October, and we may have 30-degree temperatures in October. That the so-called shoulder months are much less predictable. So will that change the way you do your modeling going forward from a resource perspective? Are you?
Well, that's already something we think a lot about from the perspective of planning our generation maintenance. A lot of like for example, for a unit that's scheduled to come offline at the beginning of March, there are oftentimes contingencies in place that effectively say, weather permitting, we're going to start this outage on March 1st. So we are in planning maintenance for the beginning of March, or certainly the second half of September. We are very much aware of the likelihood of hot temperatures in those months. And that's another thing I mentioned earlier in our reserve margin analysis. The weather year scenarios that we develop, and thinking about that, we pay as much attention to those scenarios in the shoulder months for generation maintenance planning as we do peak demand. That analysis generally is at 87, looks at all hours of the year, but particularly for maintenance planning, that the shoulder months, those are things that we think about.
Okay. I think, well, I have one more question to Mr. Wilson. In addition to the ProSim runs that you did, not sure what's going on there. Will you be utilizing Strategist at all ever again? You're on mute.
Stuart, you're on mute.
I got muted. I hate to say never, but the process we used this year was an improvement over Strategist, really because of the shortfalls we believe that Strategist possesses in modeling renewables. In our view, it's very important to make sure that our renewable profiles are appropriately correlated with load. So we spend a lot of time doing that outside the model and then loading that into ProSim so that we can make sure that's all aligned. And then really Strategist at a high level considers hundreds of replacement portfolios for the purpose of identifying the top 10 or so. And then we, in the past, have taken those top 10 and looked at those in a detailed way in ProSim. So really what we're doing is, instead of using Strategist for that effectively high-level screening, we're just going straight to ProSim, and we're using a detailed approach for all of the resource generation portfolios that we're evaluating. So what we did this year certainly was an improvement over what we did in the 2014 IRP. We're always looking to improve things, but I wouldn't expect us to go back to the 2014 IRP approach where we use Strategist.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Riggs, I believe I'm finished if you have any redirect. And you're on mute, sir. Can't hear you. No. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Excuse me. Very brief, Your Honor. Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Sinclair or Mr. Wilson, Do you recall earlier this morning the Attorney General asking some questions about some possible sales into RTOs? And at the time, we offered to answer that in the form of a post-hearing data response. During the break for lunch, did you have an opportunity to research that question, and can you answer that now?
Yes, the question was regarding the sale of direct load control or demand response into the RTO. I guess I should let Mr. Wilson answer it, since I believe he answered a very similar question in the IRP case itself.
Say that again, David.
Okay. So, in the IRP case, there was a question that was asked about whether demand response could be sold into an RTO. And I believe you answered a data request to that. And so at the time we said, I don't think anything has changed. In fact, I know it hasn't changed. I don't think we confirmed is that we cannot provide demand response into an RTO because we are not in the RTO. So the idea of demand response is to reduce load. Since our load is not in their RTO, there'd be no reduction in RTO load. So that's really the gist of it. But I recall you answered a data request on something very similar.
Right, that's correct.
Yeah, just Robert, I referred to AG initial data request 83, where it asks a similar question about demand response into an RTO. So Mr. Cook, if you take a look at that, and if that doesn't satisfy us, let us know.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll take a look. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Conroy, in that same examination by the Attorney General this morning, the Attorney General asked a number of questions concerning the future of Mill Creek 1 and its operations under the agreement that LG&E has entered into with Louisville Metro. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Conroy, is it the case that under that agreement that LG&E has the right to use Mill Creek 1 if it needs to serve load?
Let me just clarify the issue there. I mean, it's Jefferson County that has to solve its issue associated with non-attainment, and through that agreement, we agreed to a 15-ton cap for the station during the summer period this year to help them meet the non-attainment criteria that they're trying to solve. Now, in that agreement, to the extent that we need to operate the units for reliability purposes and exceed that 15-ton limit, we're allowed to do that to ensure that we serve our load as needed. And we're not required to go out and buy power in lieu of operating the unit and meeting that cap. So we do have the ability to operate the units above the 15 ton in that agreement.
And that agreement, Mr. Conroy, is only for the year 2020?
Yes, it is for the period May 1st through October 2020.
Mr. Wilson, during the, I believe, staff examination and in general the examination this morning, you were asked a number of questions about the difference between, I believe, the target reserve margin and the planning reserve. Do you recall that?
Yes.
One, you had stated that you may have inadvertently misstated those terms. For the record, would you state each one and what each one represents?
I'm nervous about my ability to do this correctly. The target reserve margin range is the range that we determined in our reserve margin analysis to be the target range for generation planning purposes. That's the 17 to 25%. I believe you can actually use target and planning reserve margin potentially interchangeably. The forecasted reserve margin is a reserve margin that is developed just for a given year based on our forecast of load in that year and what our expected generation portfolio looks like. I believe the question that we talked about was differentiating between the forecasted reserve margin and kind of the planning or target reserve margin range. But I think I used those terms correctly there.
Finally, Mr. Sinclair, at the beginning of Commissioner Matthews' examination, she observed that the IRP is out of date. Do you have any final comments in response to the observation that the data in the IRP is out of date, but as to the process and the results of the IRP that's been the subject of this hearing?
Sure. Certainly I agree that you look at certain inputs, the data is constantly changing, and that data can always be updated. I think when you take a step back and look at the qualitative output of the IRP process that was presented in 2018, as I would argue, it's very much materially on track. In other words, if you think of the IRP as the road we're going down, basically we were going down the road today that we talked about in 2018, meaning we retired, for example, Brown 1 and 2 like we said we would. We're still contemplating retiring Zorn. You know, as Mr. Wilson indicated earlier, the load forecast that we have today, even post-COVID, we think is still within the range of the forecast that we're evaluating as far as that plan. You know, we talked about the uncertainties around NOx. We've got a lot of discussions today about NWEQS. We talked about that risk and uncertainty, and so today we're saying those are becoming more real, and we're starting to see actual actions we'll likely have to take with respect to those. So I think the point of all this is I think the process identified the major issues, and the process, I think, did a decent job of quantifying the roadmap we should generally follow. And so in that sense, I would say, you know, while certain data points can certainly be updated, and they always are updated, in fact, every day you can update some of these data points, but the overall roadmap, I think, that was laid out there is still the roadmap that we're generally on.
I think I said stale. I didn't say outdated, I said stale.
You did, Your Honor. You did say stale. So those conclude my redirect questions.
Mr. Cook, do you have any recross?
I just have one, and I am, in light of Commissioner Matthews' comments about distribution and the importance of distribution costs. And as we know also, some questions were addressed about transmission as well during the course of discovery. I am kind of wondering if the companies would agree that any kind of capital expenditures, significant capital expenditures that go towards reliability should also be modeled, or let's just say, let me phrase that, the need for any future such expenditures. Allison, I think you were muted. I think you were trying to say something.
Mr. Cook, you see the requests that have been in the periodic rate case and how we have modeled those. The IRP is really looking at, to generation resources. But we lay out in great detail in our rate case financial modeling about how we go about modeling the proposed investments in the generation and transmission. And I would respectfully suggest that that information is robustly presented in our rate cases, and the purpose of the IRP is explained is to, again, match the resources with load. So
I'd also add on page 8.5 of volume 1, there is a reference to the information provided from a transmission system perspective. I know not all of us on the call are privy to that information, so it's kind of slipped in separately, but transmission construction projects and upgrades required to maintain the adequacy of the transmission system, I believe, are revealed in that section. Volume 3, transmission information.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Cook?
Yes, that's all.
Mr. Miller, do you have any recross? Or Mr. Childers?
I don't believe we do, Madam Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Staff?
None, Your Honor.
I don't have any.
Commissioner Matthews, may I just make one clarification?
Yes, sir.
The question about the number of board members at OVEC,
Uh-huh.
I have confirmed that it is 15.
Okay. Thank you. So we don't have to ask that.
Okay. Commissioner Matthews, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, you may.
What are the next steps in this proceeding?
Again, we have this conversation about this is a different animal, especially since the draft staff report has been written and comments have been taken. So I believe, Mr. Nguyen, the next step would be a final staff report and a commission order that accompanies, or
I believe that the report that has been filed is final.
okay.
And the order that was issued, filing that into the record, I don't know if it delineated as final or draft, but
It's a different animal.
yeah.
The commission still has to issue an order closing the case, correct?
Correct.
Well, I think one of the things that's the next step is I think you've got some direction with regards to the IRP that you're working on for 2021, and I think we will understand what's in that much better, having spent a day together here. So I don't consider our time being wasted.
Your Honor, the companies understand the directions that have been discussed today, and will certainly take them into account as they prepare the IRP, the next IRP.
Well, I appreciate everyone's time and teaching. I've been the most vocal about wanting to get back to more of a robust IRP process and really understanding what's in the nuts and bolts and pushing staff to do the same. So feel really bad for them if I were you. There will be the record will be complete, it'll be available. I would urge you to look at that as you write your 2021. Again, there will be a commission order closing out the proceeding. There are a couple of outstanding data requests, correct? Where did the $12 transmission cost come from? And
I think that was it. The other was the OVEC, the number of OVEC.
the other was the number of OVEC board members. And then I believe Mr. Cook had one.
I believe that was.
That got answered during the break?
Yeah, so we've got one.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at that and see if we need to file one to follow up.
Okay, and if you do, would you do that by the end of the day tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am, that'd be fine.
Mr. Nguyen, I believe we can get hour one in by the end of the day tomorrow. Mr. Riggs, how long would you like to respond to that?
5 business days.
Okay, 5 business days would be what, Mr. Nguyen? It'll be in the order. Or in the data
Be
request.
next Wednesday? No, today, days are running together. Today's
Today, I
Tuesday.
believe, is Tuesday.
So it'll be next Tuesday.
So next Tuesday, by close of business. I would not imagine anyone wants to file a brief or any further documentation.
No, Your Honor.
Any of the interveners? Okay.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, no.
Anything else for the good of the order? Thank you very much. I know we've taken the Brady Bunch's time. Actually, it's bigger than the Brady Bunch because I have a 4x4 instead of just a 3x3. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attention to detail and walking us through some very complicated but really exciting things.
It is exciting.
It's very exciting. It doesn't get any better than an IRP. And, one of the reasons that I want it to be a bit more robust is that, I spend a lot of time in rooms with for example, the PJM states, talking about resource adequacy, and that we don't have the same concerns that they might have because we have an IRP process that ensures that we have resource adequacy and we may not have the same issues that they have. So I wanted to make sure that I was true to myself and that I investigated further and that the commission looked at that going forward. So.
Your Honor, as we said at the conclusion of the informal conference, and I wish to say at the conclusion of this hearing, that if the commission has any questions about our planning process or our IRP process, the companies want to answer those questions timely and fully and candidly.
Well, like I said, I appreciate the larger than Brady Bunch's attention today. With that, I believe we'll have data requests out by the end of the day tomorrow, due back next Tuesday, and this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.